You're on delay, but yes.
Hey. Welcome, everybody. We're a little late starting this. Sorry about that, but thanks for being patient. Yeah, welcome. So we're doing kind of a bonus episode today, and this is something that we tried to do a while ago, and Tiamat has been kind enough to keep allowing me to delay this. We were supposed to do this a few days ago, and it kept taking me a little bit longer and longer to get this all set up. So hopefully, even though this is a little bit of old news, this collection of it is kind of the best way to explain this, I hope. But thanks for joining us again, Tiamat.
Well,
welcome, sir.
Well, the idea I had was to do articles, but the Eric July thing kind of...
then we happen to mention kind of the big news is this kind of legal thing. And it's like, we should kind of...
Then we got dragged into it on Renowned Zero stream.
As a good times. Yes, we had some good times over there, and the comment section went real good over there.
Some stuff we get, but as I said, so the goal of it is whoever watches this is we're going to go over. I would rather have a delayed stream with proper layouts and the clips that he wants to use than not have it in just. Because going forward, I want to do a live weekly where we just discuss articles and stuff versus heavy,
Which would be nice. And if we were doing articles, it definitely wouldn't be as delayed. I just totally underestimated how much time it would take to edit all these clips together. I budgeted some time.
And then what you can cover and you can't cover. Because
there's also a few aspects of this that aren't exactly welcome on YouTube. So... that's always awesome. But I guess let's kind of set the scene. So there's going to be some people who only kind of know this story from kind of how we've covered it through the Fandom Initiative or whatever. But what's your kind of history with... I guess let's talk about the three main players in this. I guess first let's talk about Eric July. What's your history with Eric July?
Well, I think I've said this before. I started watching Eric July back in the comic sphere when he was a wee little channel, when YouTube eyes were not as huge, which if you...
Oh, no, we are tiny.
Oh, yeah, they weren't. You didn't have, there was a time when Ethan Klein was only 100,000 people. You remember that?
Yeah, that is true.
He didn't blow up until, the whole reaction commentary.
It was the... I was going to say, wasn't it the humongous thing?
Yeah, that's kind of his whole deal.
But I don't think he was huge before. I guess the Vape Nation.
That's why I say, that's the era. I watched Eric July when he did comics, and him and Nerderotic ran parallel to each other, that they never knew each other existed. But, the spheres were a lot tighter. Vito, I've known a Vito because Vito has been around YouTube for a while, and he's proverbial. He's kind of known as
original troll.
A troll, figuratively and literally.
I think I would definitely call him that.
And then that's kind of have his co-host is Dick Masterson, and I have been kind of following them and their. I don't call it because he's trying to put out a comic as well. Okay.
Vito is.
And you're looking at a situation that he targeted Eric July's Rippaverse. And I kind of follow the Twitter drama, don't get involved. Because when you get involved in these players, there's a lot. And I'm more familiar with the situation and the other actors involved. Like, we may not go over Riley and his girlfriend today, but
no, I don't think we'll
no, I
touch any of
would
the
touch on that because
peripherals
it gets
really.
too complicated when you start getting into the other side player.
And we kind of did. We kind of talked about the DMCA strikes before. So, sorry, INLG talked about it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, hopefully they'd be kind of familiar with these peripheral characters, but we're not really talking about any of them
No,
today. We're just kind of going with the three
we're going to
mains.
go with the three mains
So
because I will say this, Vickyverse it's not like a huge side. Like, there are people who have, because most people you'll see, we cover the fandom initiative, and I brought this up because, as Gray would agree, a lot of these people are just as deranged, if not more deranged and obsessive than dealing with Dane or Bob or Turf, but they're less of ideologues, and you don't know if they're trolls or demented.
Yes, depending on who you're talking about, yes. So I do kind of view Dick and Vito differently. So I do have kind of a history with Eric July, just like as a fan or whatever. I remember him watching him way back in the day. I was kind of into like some libertarian material. He was kind of on that starting libertarian journey. So I remember catching him at that point. It was already after his comic thing was kind of going. But yeah, I was never like an avid fan. I didn't super keep up with it. And then I saw kind of the whole news about the ISOM thing. So I kind of kept up peripherally, and then kind of the people that I was keeping tabs on were kind of anti-Eric July things, people. So that kind of
I will preference.
He was in my peripheral, really, but I have a kind of a different experience with Dick and Vito. But sorry, can you go right ahead?
Okay.
Tiamat, sorry for interrupting.
Sorry, but I just want to set the stage for people, because if you're not familiar with a section of this, I don't call it drama as much as it started when Eric, everyone who watches our content is familiar with Dane and co, who go after them, go after Eric.
The good guys.
But Vito's been kind of, you have this cast of characters like Vito, Dick Masterson, Vickyverse. I'll just cover a couple of it. You have AWS Riley, and I think M3 Ryder. I'm sure you've heard the lore on him, roughly.
A little bit of it.
He helps with Dane,
not as much,
but he's very rare. He's usually see him under like SJW Captain America, I believe.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yes.
You'll see it, or another Captain America one, and he's in their chat. So this is goes over to the Comicsgate community, so you can kind of see, Gray, why I said this was interconnected, and everyone that kind of is famous with Riley and his girlfriend and Vickyverse, who goes after. I mean, recently, by the way, too, it's a lot of these people are inadvertently connected to what is it, Nerdette. But
yeah, which I will forever have respect for Nerdette. Not only has she kind of let me on her show, she's been very welcoming in her community to me, but on top of that, like the way that she bodied Bob in that debate, like I could just never have any sort of animosity towards her. Like, just, I don't know. She did a service to the world with that whole Bob debate.
Well, and so, then, but her,
I do respect her, but I do understand that she's had kind of on the periphery.
She also went on Eric July for the false striking DMCA opinion.
Yeah,
basically, there's
a lot of those comic channels are using the kind of pirate sites to do like their reviews.
Because there's a recent clip got posted by Rip Goalpost, where he left a comment, and it's like, "Oh, you ain't gonna come on because you're a coward and whatever else." Because the narrative, right, as well as, I will say this on the DMCA thing. Only certain people know about that and why those channels were not channels, but accounts were actually banned. Like, I don't know if you included it because like Ripperverse Shills and other people got taken off because they were doxing his warehouse.
Yeah. And we did kind of cover a bit of that. My conversation with LG, we kind of went through who was getting the strikes and why they were getting them. So hopefully some of that is
No.
kind of brought up to date. But apparently that's kind of the impetus for this going on, supposedly. And it is said by I know Rakita is the one who said this, but I'm not sure that I've seen this substantiated anywhere else. But he was saying that this um, now I can't remember his name. The gnome character who started this whole email thing was one of them that got struck, and that's why he started going to the charity. I'm not sure if that's the exact timeline. That doesn't seem to be what
Well,
I'm hearing from Eric and Vito, but that could
did
kind
you
of explain it,
pull
and that is
the?
kind of a
Well,
tie-in
there's a
with
separate
the.
lore to that, and I can focus more on that because some of the logistics that I know of, because despite my disagreement that no one would see with like the, I recommend people check out the discussion renowned zeros. That chat got hairy as hell, but
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
it
Um,
explained a lot, and you'll see some of the characters that we bring up, but we're only going to focus on the big three. So the idea,
yeah,
right, is there is other people like
yeah, for sure.
Tony.
This isn't
Yeah,
at all like focused on them as they're the only ones doing this. That just seems to be the focus of these kind of two lawsuits, or one filing and a potential lawsuit. But I don't know. I do have kind of opinions on that. But yeah, I don't think I ever actually mentioned. So I don't hate Dick and Vito, and I think that's kind of different
no.
than a lot of these people. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm no Vitophile. I believe that's what Vito's fans are called. But I don't know. I do have a certain amount of respect for some of the trolling that he's done in the past. Um, so sorry, I keep looking at chats, and you guys are hilarious.
Yes.
Uh, but yeah, um, so they've done some really fun trolling, like the Netflix thing, for instance. I really dug that. The whole, I think jokes should be allowed. So protesting Netflix not allowing jokes, that seems pretty cool to me. And then there's been times where it seems like they've just really kind of crossed the line, and it's not just some playful joke. And
Yeah.
with that Netflix thing, they did actually get assaulted there, so I could understand, and that was both Dick and Vito. So I can understand, not wanting to maybe do that at protests anymore, but maybe they could come up with other ways to kind of do that same type of humor with kind of a message and make it kind of a prank, but maybe not so hateful.
There's
But they've been known to do a bunch of these pranks, and I thought a lot of them were fun in the
there is
past.
a
Every once in a
line
while, I do
because there
catch
is
the biggest
stuff
problem in
that
the universe.
there is some things that I recommend if anyone sees this, you're more than well that cannot be brought up on this stream because of YouTube itself. Because what you can do on Twitter and say, and because of an allegation, and I might bring up later that you're seeing, because I don't know if Gray pulled it, it's because, and I think even Dane and them covered this as well, about, and they didn't think it was okay, strangely enough, about Vito and them being the Eric July thing lets them be uh like psychopaths for material.
So that's specifically Dick saying that, and Dick is. So yes, it's in here, and Vito kind of explains that as well. But yes, he does say that it allows him to be. I can't remember if he said psychotic, but that clip is definitely in here, and they
Basically,
do
it
kind of talk
allows
about it.
them to use material because let's say
Hmm.
hypothetically, Vito got fame from one controversy to another, and he's not canceled like Jarbo. Like this could
Hmm.
potentially, well, the saga of Matt Jarbo, right? And he's friends with Dan. Jarbo went from having a very successful channel during the commentary era prior to COVID. How much numbers he could have had so much if he stuck around. And did not nuke his own backlit. You wouldn't be delivering DoorDashes on Friday nights and weekends to pay bills.
Yeah.
So the idea, right?
And oh, sorry, I
finish.
realized I was cutting you off. Yeah, finish.
There are people. Vito's been able to dodge cancellation. Like, there's reports he defended cuties along with Sneeko.
It's not reports. He's got a lot of tweets on it.
I was told by
a
friend of his show, who we may cover eventually, he just leaned into the joke. Okay.
Yeah. And so there are also the claims that he's never actually seen cuties. He just thought it was funny to kind of defend it. I don't know. Like, that's kind of the character of this guy. I'm not sure if that is completely true or not. He is so much of a troll. Like, I could see that being the case.
Yeah.
But somebody having that reputation and kind of being known for that, and then accepting kind of help from the audience, does that imply or kind of give some sort of green light to the audience to start doing stuff on your behalf, perhaps trolling?
Well, okay. What was LG? What was LG's argument? You put up. His argument was you can control the content put forward.
True. So, and we'll get into that. That's all in the video. But that's kind of setting the place.
I want to set a scene for people because Vito does do a Rumble show as well. I think they do both, because some things that can be said, like Vito does like his fan interactions, because he had fans in his community who would draw pictures of ISOM or stuff happening. Like, I remember when he was debating Bob, like Bob debated Eric July, Vito, and he showed it on his show, was Super Killer, his character, kneeling and choking on doing a George Floyd position on ISOM's neck.
In defense,
he did show that.
Again, something that a fan... So it looked like that was actually Dick that showed that to fuck with Vito. It is a bit over the line, of course, but yeah, I don't know. With that, it is, again, kind of similar in that it is now your audience trolling, in this case, one of the hosts, and then the other host is showing that. So it kind of seems like they're kind of condoning audience trolling. I don't know. I would be interested in kind of where you come down on your responsibility for your audience.
And it could cause issues with Eric July.
It could. And that is kind of what happened. So let's set kind of
and then the other thing we should say before we start sets the stage, because there is another group of actors in this. It's not Tony. It's not them. It is Riley. Riley has also worked very closely with Vito.
Yeah, let's just not talk about any of them, though, man, because none of them are in this video. So let's just get to the video. So this is some of Vito's past things that he's said.
I love Eric July. He's a great creator. Let me see here. Oh, is this one of my tweets here?
I can't.
Did you meet it?
Huh. I did not, so that's not good. Let me check if it's just my video.
He has.
The internet is an interesting.
All right. Well, apparently I might have muted that first clip. Well, that sucks. So Vito did go on Alex Stein, and at first he did say that he loved Eric July. So this is quite a while ago. I want to say it was like 4 months ago. It's definitely before any of this kicked off. I do wish I had the rest of it, because he is really attacking Eric July, saying that he is stupid, saying that any of his fans are stupid. So he was going at him really hard. That was what I wanted to show with this clip. And he was willing to kind of go on anybody else's show and say that.
I is only interested in pushing his stupid propaganda and making money, and doesn't have a genuine bone in his body. I think he's a grifter and a moron.
Damn, a friend of mine, a coworker. I love the guy. I'm trying to defend him, Vito.
You're friends with a moron. It's cool.
No, he's not. Vito, you tweeted that you like cuties 20 times. You are objectively less smart. I love you, though.
Seen it.
I love you.
Love it.
I love you.
Outside.
So I do wish I had a little bit more of that. It was supposed to kind of set the stage of kind of how Vito was talking about Eric July prior to this. But yeah, so we had kind of previously talked about it, but there was this prior incident where a fan had contacted one of the charities that Eric July was working with to give sick kids copies of comics. He sells a comic.
Let me help
so it
you.
Seems like that would be a good
let me
fit.
help you. It's like this. Mm-hmm. It's so people understand. You can buy the comics yourself. Eric July offered. Everyone knows comic books like get donated to hospitals for kids to read, and basically Eric used a charity. I think. What is it? Bob and Dane covered this as well at some point. And they donated books, right? Or sales of books. Like people could buy $15 and that would go to the books for charity. Now, there is...
So it was $17 instead of the $35. So it was essentially half price. But... some people took umbrage with this thing that people were donating the actual comics to them instead of just money. So that seems to be Vito and Dick's position on this. I don't know.
Did you
so they really railed on their show.
Did you pull that thing from Rumble where he talked about obtuse?
Yes. Yeah. So I've got all of that coming up.
Okay.
So we don't need
just to set the stage
all of that. But
to set the stage, though, he did contact supposedly Vito and Dick goes, we did cover it. We did do it.
So I've got all that coming up. We don't need to explain that. But what should be explained is somebody contacted this charity and they did it on behalf of the show, supposedly. And then the show sort of, Dick and Vito, they sort of took credit for it. And that seems to be what is... I would say incentivizing this person to then go further. And if their account was then struck, it does seem like that might be reason why they went really hard
this
particular
the charity
time.
Dishonest because there's two incidents.
Yeah.
Gnome is also the one that supposedly, well, and I'm not going to go into any speculation here, is why the holder, just to set the stage for this as well, because this is none of us are like trademark attorneys nor no trade.
So we do have some trademark attorneys coming up who do kind of weigh in on this.
So
we don't need to weigh on that really quick, but let me just set the stage and then I'll let Eric actually explain what's going on with the situation. Yeah. So what happened is Dick and Vito just completely trashed this charity and just we're talking about how this is the worst way to do it. Nobody should be doing this. It is a complete scam. And that seems to have incentivized their audience to go after this. So it seems like it's kind of a question of whether, like you're responsible for what your audience does. It's kind of I don't know. It seems like everyone's kind of agreeing that a line got crossed here, but I'm not sure exactly where that line would be. But here's how Eric is now explaining the situation that he's currently in.
Out of the given context, most of what I'm about to say isn't even aimed at the people that filed the lawsuit. The internet is an interesting place. We make fun of each other and we can do that. We can make our gripes known and we can dislike others. This is something that every individual is free to do. But I'd like to think that there's a line that shouldn't be crossed when it comes to initiating conflict. At minimum, one should be prepared to deal with those consequences. But a fat person by the name of Vito really ramped up his public hatred of me at the launch of the Rippaverse last year. Since then, very frequently, this person has made a point to speak negatively about me and this company. Oddly enough, his friend joined in. Once I publicly rejected the opinions that were masked as a review of ISOM #1, he ramped up his public down talking. He can word it as if I'm the one tripping at the criticism, but having his opinion be dissected and then be discarded may have hurt his feelings. In this lawsuit, they allege July Rippers.
So that's kind of where he thinks this is all coming from, that because he rejected the criticism is why they got their feelings hurt. I'm not sure that that's quite the timeline on this. I'm not sure exactly why they started hating on him, but it does seem like the fans definitely enjoyed this, so it kept ramping up. And then when this email that's kind of shown on screen here, which he'll talk about in just a second, when that one got sent to the charity to kind of ask for a whole bunch of oh no, excuse me, this one is the trademark one. When the initial one got sent to the charity, they took credit for it on the show. They said, we reached out to the charity. And that seemed to kind of give this guy the green light. So then he sent a second letter to a trademark holder of ISOM and tried to essentially instigate a lawsuit with some
that's why I say
very trolly, very intentionally worded, intentionally like inflammatory language on there. But there's a bunch of like call outs to a bunch of different podcasts and stuff. It looks like there's definitely trolling in here. Like the name that he uses is from one podcast. And then a whole bunch of other kind of inside jokes are in there,
So
especially
like
language that Dick used.
Basically, it's like he's a friend. Think of it this way, because if anyone's not familiar with when we said Vito was helping out Dane, think of it as both Tony and Gnome were both assets to Vito's and Dick's show.
So I don't know anything about like how much of a asset they are, but this guy supposedly has sent in. So he's supposedly DM'd with them multiple times and sent in at least 2 things for the show to use. One of them is this entire email thread to that charity so they could kind of see if it's on the up and up and find out from the charity what they actually want. And it also seems like kind of an implicit threat, like we're checking you out. These people aren't reputable. It seems like that could be a threat to get a charity to kind of drop somebody. Not that that would necessarily be anything that like would be actionable, but it seems like that's kind of implied by somebody
It's
checking
very
you out.
reminiscent of a YouTuber I watch just because somebody works with him. He had like War Games drop him because, you know, oh, you may disagree. And it's like, or May, do you want to be associated with this? And yeah, because every time he tried to endorse a game or something, he has a group of people who goes after and talks to the company to like, oh, do you want to be associated with this?
Yeah, and it seems like that's definitely a tactic. So I don't know. It seems like there might be some responsibility for kind of, I don't know what you'd want to say, not glorifying, but kind of taking credit and somewhat condoning this action with that first charity email. So then Eric's going to kind of explain what this second part is. But yeah, I wish I did kind of have some of those other clips. I wish I had muted that because you could kind of see some of Eric's vitriol is coming from directly kind of the antagonist.
That's because you can't tell with
language
Vito.
that Vito is using.
Vito
against
is
him.
both flamboyant as well as what we might get into is where does Vito the person start and where does Vito the character start?
That's a good question. And we kind of get an answer to it in a bit. So yeah, let's leave that cliffhanger for just a moment. Let's get back to Eric.
Accusations have caused actual confusion. An example of that actual confusion is shown in the following highlighted copy of an unsolicited email from a third party in which the sender specifically mentions the identity of the trademark ISOM and the cross on the hero's belt. They then show this email from some guy named Obtuse Gnome that was apparently sent to them. In it, a guy claims that he is a journalist by the name of Roy. He concerned trolls pretending like he is doing a story of our success after acting as if he loves to see this. He states, I would be curious to know when the decision was made to make a comic book character using the same name as the International School of Ministry. Has Mr. July received any funding?
So that name, the Roy, I think it was Gerbil name, it directly comes from another podcast, and a lot of this language in here is directly from like Dick quotes. But you can see how it's definitely somewhat antagonistic.
They have used,
and then it's even
Dick has said basically it comes from a reference that he used on his either his podcast or the Vito's podcast.
The other one is, I wish I could remember the name. I know Vito says it in a little bit, but there's at least 3 podcasts that are kind of somewhat called out in this with, you know, some Easter eggs, if you will, in this letter. It appears to be intentionally worded and intention to provoke a possible lawsuit. But is that actually a crime.
See, I think what's vague about this is, and I would bring this into play.
Mhm.
And I say this for anybody, if we had a large enough audience, or I say this with anybody,
We do not.
I do not say go out and attack. What I do in my own private time with people, if I attack someone or I try to set something up, I don't claim it with anybody I work with. That's me.
Yeah, for sure.
The idea
So is that kind of the standard? Would you have to say, like, at the start of everything, now, okay, listen to me. Do not go out there. Do not track these people down.
harass.
Do not try
right?
and engage with them.
Because this
do
brings
not
up the
harass.
question.
Definitely, you
This
don't have the
brings up the
authorization to
question
use
I
our name on
asked,
anything.
like you saw this with Dane and them, and like they go, "Oh, all these people attack them." No, you know why?
Mhm.
Like it's a prime example of anyone from Eric's audience comes over to Dane or Bob's thing, like after the whole chunky monkey discourse garbage, right? That was all
Yes,
people.
the Ben and
That
Jerry's
was
discourse.
all of us that just were tuning. They watch Eric and then they watch them. Eric didn't send them over there. And Eric denies.
Yeah.
It's like Quartering has been accused of sending people over to people. And it's like, you just have people on YouTube who go out and do things. And you don't claim,
Yeah.
you're either
Well-
going to claim ownership of them, but you disavow them. But are you responsible for what they do?
Yeah, and should you have to say it? So like a Based Life is saying, like Opie and Anthony Army.
Yes, I recall that. Yes.
Yeah. So with that, I mean, like, you know, there was kind of the tongue in cheek, like, definitely don't go after them. And then, you know, they like, I remember those Jocktobers and stuff. They would actually like shut down people's, you know, Facebook sites or
what's a funny story
websites or
about
whatever.
the Opie and Anthony thing? See, like I listened to one of the radio shows I listened to in my area. He doubled the numbers of Howard Stern in the prior station, and he was number one in the market in afternoon. They got into a spat because Opie and Anthony wanted a rebroadcast spot in a thing. Instead, they got overnights. So he made a thing about Opie and Anthony, and it's a local guy. And then Anthony sent his people to harass his show. It didn't go well because you couldn't get past the stream, but that's the same concept of
Well, I mean, like, it is, though. It's kind of weaponizing your fandom. Like, even if they don't get through on the lines, they're still jamming them up so you can't get anybody else.
And
so I don't know.
But
like,
then again,
it feels like there is some sort of responsibility you
that
have
stuff
to do
caught
that,
up
but is
with
it just
Opie and
morally?
Anthony. That got them near canceled. There was a famous scandal.
So I think they had two
There was
things.
a
I was going to
famous
say they
scandal
got the
that got
church
them
thing and
finally
then
kicked off.
his photographing.
No, it was.
I believe. Well, both of them had issues with cameras.
It was
eventually, and then that got them kicked off.
It was doing. He had a contest. I think the original straw that broke him on terrestrial radio was they tried to hold a contest because you developed a parasocial relationship, I guess, with your fans, your audience. Some people were able to overlook it, but it was when they rewarded a contest for someone doing it in a Catholic church.
Yeah, that was kind of the initial one that kicked them off, and then and then they made it to Sirius and got like a lot of money. But yes,
because this.
Sorry, kind of back to this.
No, it brings up
Would you be
that I bring
responsible
that
for your
up
fans, though?
because were they responsible for what their fans did? Because in corporate eyes, they did say they were promoting it.
Yeah, but then they also, I forget what they used to call the fandom that would actually like go after people and like shut them down. But yeah.
They had associates.
Anyway, I don't know.
They
It seems
also
like
had,
there
it's
is
very
somewhat
similar.
of a.
They also had associates. I can't think of the guy's name. He would help organize attacks on other shows. You would know it if the guy was like a friend of their show. And I just use this as an example because you might see the clip here of Obtuse Gnome. How much does Vito know of his audience? How much does he use what is sent to him?
So this is definitely something that we will get into once we kind of get to the accusations of the charity. But yeah, I've definitely seen this a bunch where they're saying like, okay, so charging $17 to donate a book when, you know, they're just pocketing $12. That's not necessarily true. I'm not sure exactly where you're getting your math from. So first off, they have the actual inventory. It's not like they're buying it from somewhere else. So they've already purchased it. So it's already been made. And then they'd have to ship that out to the actual place. I don't think you're also factoring in any sort of shipping on that. But either way, this isn't like a standard comic book. It's either a 96 page or 110 page, like, you know,
I mean,
larger.
And he's still having to pay his artists like per page that they draw and everything else.
For sure. And it's still, you know, an actual product. But all right, let's get back to what Eric's saying about this. But it sounds like he's kind of talking about the responsibility of the audience.
To aid him in the creation of superhero ISOM, info on the choice to have ISOM have an image of a cross on his belt, what we can hope to see with continuation of ISOM on his journey to rescue Jasmine from prostitution, and if you could, the amazing choice to offer the buyers the option to donate a copy of ISOM number 2. He then says, I thank you so much extending your trademark name in such a unique way and the creation of a new superhero. It is apparent that this person knew what they were doing. They were attempting to encourage a baseless lawsuit. But look again at the beginning and the end of this email. This person claims they were journalists for TDS News and TPBITU. Those obviously stand for the show of the two individuals, the Dick Show and the biggest problem in the universe.
So the problem is, so he is definitely referring to both of those, but the problem is there are other references in there. It definitely seems like this is a troll. Like the way that everything about this is worded, it is definitely not just like an actual like legitimate reporter for somebody going after an actual story. It definitely seems, you know, more calculated than that. And with all the kind of references, it doesn't seem like it is possibly just this one group going after, but I could understand where Eric July is kind of saying, these guys have been coming after me. This guy is their fan. Of course, it's them doing it. But let's see if he kind of gives more evidence as to why it's these guys.
So is there actually a connection between the two individuals and this person that sent this email? Well, let's discuss. This person, how involved are they in this? Well, here they are on the show referring to contacting comic books for kids.
So we contacted that charity. So this is the final email that I got.
So we have a tweet where he uses this email seemingly pointing to an example of we being in contact with the charity. And on video, it looks as if he does something similar. Remember, this is all a concern troll, and one can question if they care about this charity at all.
So if it is all on the up and up and somebody did send in something like, say they, you know, just hit you up on Twitter and they DM you something like, hey, here's something that you should use for your show. Would you think that you should credit them? Would you think that it's like condoning their actions if you say we reached out to this?
I will say the thing that is very suspect about this is a person I think I know, like, at least I follow the stuff and I PR, and I looked into the other claims around this. It doesn't look good when you're doing a plausible deniability and then you're using the language we, which means you had knowledge. And I don't know if you have that clip of him saying he's worked with Gnome before. It looks very contradictory. You didn't know what Gnome was doing. Which, and
for
then
sure. Especially when you said, and we have the emails, or we have the final email. I can't remember exactly how he phrased that second sentence, but it seems like you have privy to more than one
you
email.
were
it's not
privy
just like
to it, and I'm not saying it. Like, the thing is, I'm saying, I will say, if it came to a court of law, and you or Vito got called before, it would look really, really weird. if it went to trial.
It would, and that's kind of the other thing too. Like, if it does go to trial or litigation or anything like that, there is actually, they would get access to all the communications and everything like that. So, and Vito does seem to know that, and he does actually address that coming up in just a little bit.
Yes.
So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting though, but yeah, and then we will kind of get a legal opinion too on whether if everything he's claiming is true and these guys instigated a fan to do this, is that actually a crime? It's interesting. It seems like it's over the line, but is it over a legal line?
They did down talk them as well.
Comic books.
Is there
for
enough
kids.
backstory for comic books for kids?
Okay.
Yeah. And at first I thought maybe I shouldn't talk about this because I don't want to fuck up that guy's deal. The comic book charity guys.
Sure.
Yeah, but then I thought, fuck it.
This is a bad charity, first of all.
And this is what I said.
laugh,
Well, I probably
man.
shouldn't say this kind of stuff because it'll fuck up this guy's deal. But again,
It's already happened.
fuck it.
Perhaps screaming.
Man, I'm an asshole for fun. I like it. If I can say I'm doing it for kids,
Yeah.
it's just a socially acceptable way for me to act like a psychopath.
Yeah.
See? So this is a big opportunity for me to be cruel to people.
I think this is also, it's really important that
It's called motivation.
How expensive this is going.
So, yeah, I mean, that definitely is an inflammatory statement, but as you kind of mentioned, this is a comedy show, and these are kind of characters. I don't know, where does your line come with comedy? Like, do you believe that he actually thinks fuck this charity, or do you think that's just playing it up for the camera?
So, privy to what I know of them and kind of at a glance and you see, I'll state this. I prefer to watch creators on YouTube that are genuinely themselves.
Yeah.
They are not a character. That's why I liked Eric July years ago. Because he was never fake. And he basically is himself. He may have changed a little bit, but he's still himself. So when you're dealing with someone like Vito and Dick Masterson, if you really want to dig into it, is he got his fame by doing one book and suing Maddox, which, to be fair, that brings into Rakita's a jaded source that I didn't know. But that's a separate subject because apparently, he had Dick on his show. So, you'll see Dick go on.
Yeah, I know. He's good friends with
You'll
Dick.
see him go on
his
other
lawyer,
shows, right?
Maddox thing.
Same with Vito. They don't keep that same character. Even in that clip that you cut down.
I don't know.
Down.
Rakita happens to hate Vito. He really is friends with Dick, but he seems to hate Vito. So I don't know. He's a little.
Well, he made up with Vito.
I don't know what you call fence-sitter.
Vito made a comment about Rakita's wife. So
I didn't know where it started.
Yeah,
but,
there's
I
this
know
weird.
he recently had Adam and Sitch on, and he really did not like. Vito's attempt to possibly get Rumble in trouble with the whole Fuentes thing. It was kind of a big deal, but it seemed like Rakita was really thought that Vito is a troll and wouldn't put it past him, and then that's kind of the same description I think he's given to this situation.
The first case that I think Rakita covered was basically Dick versus
the Maddox Dick one, I
yes.
think. Yeah, and that's a very interesting case. But I guess that's kind of the backstory. But yeah, Rakita will make an appearance a little bit later.
Say because I will state, if people get it, it's where does the character, because if you are playing it up for comedy, but even in that whole other clip, they do have that grimace. We probably shouldn't do this because we're treading that fine line of, as I stated earlier, how Vito hasn't been canceled.
I mean, he's been close. He is friends with Mr. Girl. He's been on the periphery of a few different
Big E dramas.
cancellations and quite a few yes, quite a few attempts and controversies for sure.
Because if you're gonna
I don't know, do you see that as a character, or do you think that's actually these guys? So you're saying that you like genuine people.
I prefer
do you view these guys as that, or
I see them as I see one plays a character, because you can tell in a line when they're doing a character on even Twitter, but they're having to try to. There becomes a problem when you're trying to thread that needle, especially when it turns into a legit problem. Does that make sense?
Fair enough. Yeah. I think I kind of view it much of the same. Dick definitely seems like more of a character to me than Vito does. Vito does seem a little bit more genuine, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily like his genuine.
Because they played up. Because you got to understand, they played up.
You could really see that in Vito's laugh there too.
Drama,
it seemed very
they were
forced
playing it up that Rippaverse was a scam and everything else. How bad the art was just to get clicks and views on their channel, so Vito could get clicks on his comic book. But he doesn't realize some of his audience doesn't take that as legit animosity or doesn't see it. And then you'll see them sometimes go to Twitter, his fans, as well as Dick and Vito, and they're going in character. I've been able to spot it, but it's like, it's a dangerous game you play.
Well, if you're hyping up your character that much, is it then, I don't know, would you be overstepping too much to assume that that's going to hype up your audience's character too? Like you're playing this asshole and a troll online. Could that not inspire your audience to play up their trollness and their assholeness?
I think it's
I don't know, but then would you be responsible for it?
I will say, because like our audience is our style is a little bit different. Like, see, when you go to these other audiences,
a little concerned about some of them. A base life, he seems a little radical.
But the idea of, if you have a like, let's say I watch his Arch's channel, like Archcast, there's a diverse voice in there. It's not an echo chamber. But if you go to somewhere like Dane's and Bob's, they're an echo chamber for each of them who follow. I will say people who follow Vito are the same people who kind of follow Nerdette and a bunch of them. And they have a tendency to be kind of trollish, maybe dickish to other channels. So that's where they get their stuff. And I'm not going to go on a limb and say that's entirely what Vito intentionally does, but is his actual audience that? And does the people who flow to him not see that he's trolling, or see it because I see them echo that same energy on other channels?
For sure. Yeah, but like, would you, I guess I guess I'll come to my position in just a moment. But let's let Eric talk a little bit more, and he'll set up the rest of why he thinks it's Dick and Vito.
Going to be, that's the golden question. So now the rules for the playing field have been set, and I'm the responding agency. Parties have shown that they have no problem either using the state against us themselves or running op campaigns to maybe push someone else to do it for them. This impacts not only myself, but the dozens of other employees and contractors that work for our company. Now, we sniffed this out a long time ago, but if we didn't, the ramifications could be very serious. We're talking things that destroy livelihoods and imprison people. Now, of course, there are some people hoping like hell that something like that would happen to myself as they start from hating me and then work backwards. But this is a step above just simple internet trolling or jokes. No longer am I playing around. Again, receipts have been collected, so deleting your posts, videos, and such won't do you any good. Just understand that we will be acting accordingly. It's what you wanted after all. We don't need to run a...
Now, let me pose a question to you. Is Eric July a troll?
I wouldn't say I don't think he's a troll. I do think he's of an old school that he does personally respond to stuff that.
Does he want to troll Dick and Vito right here? So he mentioned at the beginning of that clip, I wish I could scrub a little bit closer to it, but he said,
I'll put it.
Now, I'm not going to respond to the actual lawsuit at all. And then he did nothing but talk about Dick and Vito and played those clips of them that sounded pretty horrible.
I think he has played. I'll put it this way.
The lawsuit is about. So I don't think we actually described the lawsuit.
We're not to that yet.
So just for the audience, if we didn't describe that at all. So the lawsuit has nothing to do with like, these guys are talking shit on anyone. It's a trademark one. There's another company called ISOM who was tipped off that he has a comic named ISOM and possibly trademark infringement. So he hasn't talked about that case at all because that's a real
because that is being it's not officially served. It's been filed by the ministry, but they're talking,
and supposedly they're in contact with him now.
There's also talks that the pastor or the head pastor, that's a separate. But from when I look at like Eric is getting to the point that he does not want to play with Dick and Vito anymore, because if you'll notice every time Eric does something, Vito or Dick interjects himself for like the last 2 months. It's like, it's even so much so that if anything, it crosses the line because it's either Vito doing it or you see one of the other people with a combination of I'll address that, by the way. I don't think that I will, Matt, I have a theory on this, because there is other parts, and we're not going to talk about them, is you see a coordination that possibly comes. Eric does see guilt by association by like Vickyverse and maybe Riley, who get egged on by Vito. Because we have caught Vito sending messages to Dane to cover people. Does he not do that with other creators? So, or the suspicion of it, you would agree.
Yeah. But I think Matt definitely has a point. It didn't seem like Dick was in on this. It seemed kind of like, he kind of hopped on board when Vito was doing this. I'm not sure exactly why Vito is doing it, if it is just jealousy. I hear the things that he's saying, and he does kind of address that a little bit later in, I think it's the Side Scrollers podcast that he does kind of address that, but it sounds like he's saying that it's because he said that it's because Eric July claimed that he was going to like change the face of comics, and he doesn't think that he is the change. So it seems like he's opposing him for his ideological reasons.
The same way.
But as for
it's
Dick,
like the same way.
I don't know if
it's kind of like, think of it this way: Eric puts out a comic. Drinker wants to start talking about putting out comics. You have Vito trying to put out his comic, and I guess he thinks that you can't have two in the same space, because God forbid, like Razor Fist has been doing his side by side, but he's not using Eric July's book or comic to cover and promote his own. So they're running their two parallel different styles, and Vito has been, pardon my French, living on Eric's junk for like a year.
Well, it has definitely been giving him more clicks and stuff, and the fans seem to really be into it when he kind of does go off on Eric July.
Well, Twitter loves it.
So yeah, let's get into his. Yes, and specifically, that would probably be his fans on Twitter. But yes, all of Twitter seems to erupt when people are attacking Eric July for some reason. But here is the question that I was posing to you is, could he just be trolling Vito, and Dick. They've been mocking him so much, and it's been months
as I said
now
before,
that since
Eric
Dick
is
has joined
passive
back in.
aggressive.
So could he just be saying this and implying that he has extra receipts just to make them sweat, maybe just to make their lives hell? Like that would then get both sides to kind of start fighting, get kind of more press a little bit. And it would also probably mess with these guys in a very trollish way to think that there's possibly a lawsuit.
Part of it could be the game. Like, do I think, and we might discuss this later when we get past the video so people get informed. My personal theory is because he's been in the media, he's been sitting on receipts. He's just been trying to take the higher ground with Dick and Vito for a long time because they were going after him before Bob and Dane were. So there's only a certain amount of crap you're going to take from a barking chihuahua. It's like in your neighborhood, right? You have that barky little dog. You just go, oh, that's a cute little puppy. Then you eventually address that puppy later on.
No, I can see that.
Does that make sense?
Fair enough. Yeah, it does.
Eventually you...
Well, I guess let's...
Eventually you have...
Sorry.
I'll say this and you do the thing. So you get the idea. Yeah. Eric is not as thin-skinned as Dane or Bob and others when it comes on Twitter, like you'll see Vicky in them. He will occasionally respond to people.
Yeah, and I do love the whole monetize your haters thing. He does seem willing to just drop everything and get into a debate with. I mean, obviously that's not exactly what he's doing right now, as he's ramping. Well, I guess he just finished the campaign on ISOM 2. But I really do kind of respect that whole being willing to have a debate with anyone at any time. I know I definitely wouldn't debate every rando on Twitter, but he does seem to kind of offer that to his audience. So I don't know. There's definitely a certain amount of respect that I want to give him for that.
Well,
I can see how some people would call that thin-skinned because he's willing to fight with anyone.
The thing is,
but,
his whole monetize the haters thing that he's done for years is, it's people. It's like Vosh. His audience likes to see him take blood sports to stupid conservatives. So, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And Eric's audience likes it. At least the people who came along later like to see him rip into his detractors. So
I think a lot of people kind of like that,
there's a blood sports aspect to why he does it.
For sure. And kind of some of the places that he's willing to go, I don't condone some of the frankly shit talking, but I can understand why he's doing it. I've definitely seen a few of them where he was baited into it. That being said, it's his own style, and I'm not going to knock him for that. He's just definitely a little different than I would like to have conversations with people. But then again, I'm not inviting any rando from Twitter to just come and debate me. He seems to be. So, maybe that would have to be the approach when you do kind of let some crazies on. But let's get to Vito's response to hearing that he's basically being accused of starting this whole thing.
To the biggest problem in the universe. And a lot of fans really like the ongoing ISOM Eric July banter. Clearly, one fan went too far, wanted to make themselves a part of the feud or a part of the drama or whatever else, and decided they could go out and pretend that they worked for the podcast and start sending these stupid emails that are causing trouble for people. So here was an email that was sent by a guy named obtusenome@gmail.com. And I'll be very clear about my relationship with this individual. This is a fan of the show. Okay, I've DM'd with them in the past on Twitter. At one point, they had reached out to a charity that works with Eric July, and they had sent us the email that they had sent to the charity. We talked about that on the show. Okay, so this is a person I've contacted in the past, but let's be clear. I have a lot of fans of the show who DM me stuff, who send me stuff for the show. I don't know these people very well. I don't know who this guy is. I've never met this guy. I've definitely never told this guy, hey, you work for the show. Go out and represent the show. You can use our name. You can make crazy claims about being a journalist who works for the show. This was a fan of the show who, yes, in the past has sent us material for this show, and we used it, but we had no working relationship with this guy. People send us all sorts of material for the show.
So, question for you.
Now,
What constitutes a working relationship? Would it be somebody sends something in and you say, we did this? I don't know. Like, it seems to be, to me, that seems like encouraging it. But again, is there anything wrong with it? It just seems like he's very uneasy and kind of trying to, I don't know what you'd call it, like tiptoe right around that we're not condoning this. I mean, we played it and said that it's us, but we did not encourage this. We don't want anybody to pretend that they're us, even though they pretended. Apparently, he pretended that other guy was them when he said we reached out.
Okay, so the little secret on this is now Tony sent him this page and asked him if this was him, and this is probably what scared the shit out of Vito. Because Vito, of course, little do people know, you actually have to pay per page, even digitally, for court documents. Because I tried to go back, look through Riley's girlfriend's Twitter, who supposedly has a link to the court documents for amongst her stuff. And there's so much crap there, I don't even know where to even begin to find it. I kind of searched through it. So he went through the court documents and found this and sent this to Vito. Now, Vito's response is, okay, because prime example, right? Go back to Dane. Wasn't Dane using emails or information given to him from like sources? Now, right? You know those stories. So Vito uses it for the show. The question is, he may have not encouraged it, and he didn't break legal grounds as much as it's ethical, that it's like lazy content creation. He's just using what was sent in to him.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, like that art before, that was, again, trolling, but this time it was like trolling against Vito. It was his character, George Floyding ISOM. Yeah. So, I mean, like they've used fan artwork, they've used fan songs. It seems like it is a regular part of their show to kind of get fan submissions for part of their content. Does it change? So he's saying that he never like condoned it or encouraged it. Does that kind of change your opinion when you hear him say, we reached out to this, we have the emails, or the last email we received was, I don't know, does it, to me, that sounds like you are encouraging it, but I don't know that there's anything necessarily wrong with encouraging.
I don't think there's
something
malicious
like that.
because, like, I don't think it was malicious encouragement because you do not know what is the working relationship behind thing.
I gotta be honest though, like like we've got that whole like chud mailbag thing, and we do have people kind of sending us in questions and stuff, and sometimes video clips. So I do credit people when they send that in to us, but if I didn't and I just said we're playing this clip or just played a clip and said this is
you're going to screen
part of the show.
Right?
Yeah, we would screen it, and if I saw something like that, I'd be like, well, that's a little messed up. So I don't think I would have put this on air, but like, I don't know, would it be encouraging people to do this more if you don't disavow it immediately, or is that the only option? Where, I mean, I gotta be honest, it seems like a dick move to reach out to that charity, like Eric July mentioned. It seems very much concern trolling, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's legally wrong to just reach out to someone and see like, hey, is all of this on the up and up? It just seems like it's over the line to me. So I wouldn't personally do it, but I don't know. I just
there's
can't see
a reason
he legally...
probably didn't cover it, because if this guy was, because the nature of Vito's audience, he probably gets a lot of weird stuff sent to you, like any random. I've caught in our audience a couple of serious wing jobs, and I've had to tell Andrew and them about it. And I think I told you about one guy, and you used a clip of him, and he got the one Dane threatened. Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he was in.
That may or may not be Monday's episode. It may or may not be titled "Actual Fandom Threatened a Guy," but yeah, look forward to that.
Just to give you an idea, he's not
show.
Part of our audience, but he has watched our stuff before, and I have sent that to Andrew. He made a questionable thing in the video long time ago, and I pointed that to Andrew, and I'm like, we don't condone this. Because we didn't tell him. It's just a guy he watched. You do not have entire control over people who watch your content and do stupid stuff, but you are responsible for the content you put on your air.
Fair enough. I don't disagree with that. I just, I don't know. It strikes me as kind of weird to be. I don't know. It seems like you should be just fine accepting audience submissions. I feel where it kind of feels like it's over the line for me is not crediting that as like this was submitted or whatever. But I don't know. That being said, is every clip always credited in every video or whatever? Probably not. So I don't know.
Because
perhaps that's just a personal thing where I would like him to credit it.
To how you use it. And
yeah, fair enough.
Basically, it's like if someone says they're a friend and they're not a friend or whatever. And basically, it's... Oh, that's jokes for someone who's in the audience right now. But the idea of... and predictable as the wind, may I say. But Vito probably used maybe some of Gnome's work in the past. Maybe worked with him, but we don't know this. Eric doesn't know this.
From all he's saying, it was just that prior email to so he had prior DMs where he would say like "good show" or something like that, but it was just that one prior email that he sent in DM, the one to the Comics for Kids. So I don't know. There is like absolutely no proof that like he was working for the show, and the guy does have a Twitter history going back to like I can't remember if it's 7 years ago or something like that, but. It seems like it would be a very long con to for this to just be an alt account. It'd be way too definitely seems like this is.
I don't prescribe to the notion that it is Dick or Vito's alt, because it would have had to been laced too deep in the sauce in the pool long ago. No one keeps a Twitter handle for.
We are alive, Mr. Pafford. But yeah. Wow, so Calvin thinks that little of my video ability that I wouldn't like edit out some of these stumbles and odd things that happen in here. Come on, sir. This is, of course, live. That's why there's so much scuff.
This is scuff.
Let's,
no, but you get what I'm saying, right? Because it's like the Gnome thing.
I do.
There are people you can tell like alts, right, from people. And
generally, and that does seem to be one of the other claims is that perhaps Vito is this obtuse gnome. It doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know why Vito would do like a 7-year con just to send this, but it's kind of interesting that a fan did decide.
And then
to,
his other account,
though,
but bear in mind, Gnome's account got suspended prior to this, and then his alternate just suddenly disappeared too. So
yeah, that is true.
So I'm not gonna say. I will say officially, like with how someone.
I don't think I have 100% proof, but I see no reason to think that it's the same person. Vito did show a bunch of tweets that this person did. No. I can't remember if it was 2017, but I think it was like 7 years back where they were fighting against like vegans and stuff. You can't see their tweets, but you can see all the replies to it. They were in multiple conversations with multiple vegans. You're not going to have top vegans like Dr. Gregor.
You're not going to have
yeah, it just seems so intense.
No, it doesn't make sense that you're going to have a tune that buried that deep, because
for sure.
Like especially Twitter. Like, I mean, even though we say bots are still on there, I don't support that notion because I don't support that notion. Maybe it's a person who's worked with Dick and Vito in the past, but to what degree, no one knows. So,
yeah, it appears to be very limited. Just these two cases, and the second one, it seems to be very unwanted. So, yeah, and cool. It looks like the Geek Getaway is saying that he has proof, so that's awesome, man. Cool. I'm sure we'll all watch. Hell yeah, looking forward to it. All right, so getting back to Vito's statement, there's just a little bit left on this, and then yeah, he had a lot more to say on a different podcast.
People send in songs, people send in fan art, people send in articles for us to read on the show. Okay, that doesn't mean they're a part of the show. That doesn't mean they're our employees. That doesn't mean that we are working with them or giving them authorization to act on our behalf. Yes. So this, I really have to stress. If anyone asks, hey, can I use your name to send emails? No, you're not allowed. Don't do that. There, bottom line. Okay, we would never allow someone to do this. I understand that nobody wants to get sued for a trademark violation, and I'm very upset that this fan was fucking around and misrepresenting us and creating this stupid drama. And he's saying, "Oh, you can see, they said we got this thing from the charity. They meant we, as in they sent the email. No, we meant we, as in somebody who's a fan of the show, someone from the fan community." Went out and asked Eric July's charity some questions, and we thought it was relevant, so we put it on the show. We didn't mean we're out here sending these stupid emails. And again, that first email, we're like, yeah, he emailed the charity and we got information. That email wasn't stupid. This email claiming that he works for us and making shit up, this is very clearly a stupid email. Okay, it's been good content for my show.
So, do you see a difference between the two types of emails? I don't know, accepting the first one where they're reaching out and, concern trolling that first charity. And then the second email where, again, it seems like a bit of concern trolling, but trying to instigate it.
Look, I don't hold them responsible. I hold them responsible for what they do with it. And with this is like what Gnome did may or may not have led to the lawsuit, because let's say you do have somebody in a community and certain people of this ilk do live to stir drama or chaos. They travel from one community to another and cause it. Now, a little backstory on that email. That email was sent to the trademark attorney for that organization. So, yeah. Of course, an attorney seeing it versus a person at the church, so to speak, is different. Church or school, whatever it is very different. Now, that meant that person took the information, researched it, then sent that and used Vito's show. Now, he is right to condemn it, but, I agree, because that's why I said, where does Vito's character start and end?
Yeah.
Because he cannot play, because he knows he's walking a tightrope. It's not like he's going to get sued over this. Like, you would have to prove Gnome was either one of these people. And trying to prove someone's an alt, that'd be like me trying to prove
but even then,
somebody is.
As Geek Getaway was saying, encouraging somebody to take a lawsuit or even instigating a lawsuit, though, like, it's not a crime. It definitely, I don't know, it seems very trollish, and it seems like that has crossed the line morally, but legally encouraging a lawsuit isn't necessarily a crime. Now, you could say that it could be tortious, but
it would be such a stress.
It's very hard to win that, and you'd really have to prove some sort of damage.
It would be way too hard to just prove. The worst that would come out of this for Dick and Vito is they get to the point that Eric can claim they're trying to damage the brand through what they do on their social media and their YouTube. Because it's not going to be like, because I'm going to have to argue with, because the Rey Mysterio wannabe in chat decided to make this point of he thinks that Eric's thing is going to definitely sue him. But that's not the deal,
so that
because
was
I think
kind of why I was bringing up. Do you think Eric's a troll? Like, do you think this is just the troll to, like, you know, either make Vito and Dick worry or just make them deal with like some sort of backlash?
I
Because he's
think
not
he
talking about
is.
the actual
He's
lawsuit, the one
probably
that
trying
filed.
to check him.
He's just
Because
talking shit on these guys. I don't know. To me, I'm wondering if it's not, you know, try and give them a bit of a taste of their own medicine type of deal, where he's heavily implying that he's going to do legal action and he's talking to his lawyers about this situation, but he's 100% not talking about the actual possible one that the actual paperwork's been filed on. I don't know. It seems to me
I
like
think he's
he
trying to
knows that he
get.
got
I think
trolled,
he's
so he's
trying.
kind of.
He's been trying to get, like, from what I often see in Eric's stuff between YouTube and his others, like, he's very media trained. He kind of lets himself fly more on Twitter than he does his YouTube. Very rare is it to the point of, like, I don't think he sees anything that Vito does. If they don't cross a line, he would never address them. This is just very suspicious that you have a person connected, and he's just trying to put Vito on the spot. Now, the question is what he does with it later on. If Vito does pursue stuff and makes harassment later on to set a stage, that's entirely down the line. Because, as I said, only somewhere, right, that you could have a situation that, unlike what Geek Getaway thinks, what you say on Twitter and your channel, and it's kind of been tested on YouTube, kind of not, if you damage another person's brand. So that's why I say Vito hasn't crossed that line, because a lot of what he is he can go into the court of law and say, oh, Judge, I did this for show. I don't have a connection to this person. Yeah, it makes him look like he doesn't screen his content as well as he should. But it doesn't make him liable.
I don't know. Yeah, I just don't see how... Again, we will have some lawyers coming up, and, you know, they do kind of go into the legal back and forth that would take place if somebody did try to go after Dick and Vito. But yeah, it's just kind of, it is interesting because you do have the right to bring any sort of lawsuit forward, and there is no such like crime in trying to encourage somebody to go forth with a lawsuit. So I don't know. It's just kind of, it's interesting. So that's why I was kind of thinking, you know, counter trolling. Could that be what this is all about? Just kind of starting the rumors, possibly making them lose some money by consulting attorneys
if you're
themselves,
trying to hurt,
possibly
if
making
you're
them just
trying
deal
to
with
make
them.
people sweat bullets, that's exactly what's going to happen. And a lot like certain people's things, but you know, especially when people try to play bad heels, they you got to understand it's maybe he's just trying to get a couple of statements into the thing that it's getting shots in on Vito. Because, I mean, as I said, it's like that barking chihuahua. Like, even in my neighborhood, they're dogs, but occasionally I'm just like, that's a cute puppy, until it's not a cute puppy. Like, I'm just like, I just give it that look like, no, but it does its thing. So it's like, even though it's like, I'm just like,
I agree with you. You know, pet the cute puppies. But let's let Vito kind of explain this just a little bit more.
Oh, it's been funny. The fans enjoy the banter. You're talking about ISOM. So I don't want Eric July to lose his business. That's the stupidest thing in the world. I don't want to interfere with his business. Okay? If anything, I want him to keep making comic books so I can keep making fun of them, because I think it's fun and funny, and that's what we're here to do. We're here to critique art and talk about how much we like it or we don't like it. Do anything. Again, he seemed like a nice fan. Had a couple DMs here and there. At the end of the day, I did not know he was a big dumb idiot that was going to go out and pretend that he worked for the show. And that's it. That's the bottom line. I'm not happy about this situation. Eric, it's regrettable that this happened. But again, it's not me. I don't have a secret sock puppet Twitter account arguing about vegans back in 2017. I don't have time for that. Bye-bye.
I've already off.
Yeah, so sorry. It did go back to 2017. I couldn't remember the exact year that he went back on there. And do watch both Eric July's video and Vito's video. I think they're both like 7 minutes. I just took a few clips of each of them to kind of get their main points across. And then Vito saw that somebody, the side scrollers, I believe podcast, were the ones kind of streaming about the situation. So he went ahead and asked them if he could come on. So they weren't sure about him. So they sent it to Rumble. But there's nothing that can't be shown on YouTube here. So this was a few clips from his interview on Rumble. And they actually went pretty deep with him. And he went pretty in depth, a lot further than I thought he would have gone, considering there's, the implications of a pending lawsuit. But yeah, he really seems to answer these questions, I think, to the best of his ability. But you be the judge of that.
For this to Eric. I posted yesterday, I said, listen, this was not sent by us. This was not sent by anyone affiliated with us. I'm prepared 100% to cooperate legally to help you with whatever case is going on. If you need a statement from us saying there is no biggest problem in the universe news, we do not employ journalists, we are not working on a story about the International School of Ministry, we believe this is a fan who is acting in bad faith and trying to stir up drama, and that their claims should not be taken seriously. In fact, I think you read it on the show. I already provided that statement. This is a fake email made by some dumbass who is trying to stir up trouble.
So I don't know. I'm not sure how that statement would help in any way. If he did give the statement to Eric July that, of course, this person doesn't work for me. But, he is willing to do that statement. So it seems like he's, definitely disavowing this person's tactics. But even then, just because you think that it's over a line doesn't necessarily make it illegal or anything like that.
The problem that you're going to see with Vito, and a lot of, I think you kind of see it in this, is liars sometimes can't tell the same story over and over again. You'll find inconsistencies because
there's one thing that he's pretty consistent on in this. So I don't know that I'm necessarily on board that Vito's a liar. Again, I'm not a Vitophile.
No.
But I do enjoy some of his content. I don't know. I've definitely enjoyed like the Netflix trolling and stuff. I do see that he is sincere sometimes, but yeah, I haven't enjoyed the whole Eric July kind of battle. It does seem like he is playing it up, but I don't know. It is definitely. It seems strange to me that you would do that much shit talking, say this guy can't write his way out of a plastic bag, he doesn't have a genuine bone in his body, but then at the same time say, but I'm not trying to hurt his business at all. Like, I would assume by trying to say that to a whole bunch of people, you are, in fact, trying to dissuade people from, I don't know.
To be fair, right, as a person, as we look at different audiences, like, Vito's audience is not the same as Eric's, and they're usually diametrically opposed prior to everything. Because in my experience, people who would watch Eric's content is different than someone who would casually enjoy someone like Vito. Because, like, that's
the thing. Like, I've seen a bunch of things that he's done that I really don't support, and then I've seen a few things that he's done that I really think are funny. I don't know.
Vito's that guy. he is sometimes where the drama is, sometimes because of the nature of his program, what he covers. Like, I don't watch him much because he doesn't cross the spheres that I like. And
really, because he does, like entertainment reviews. It seems like that would be, I don't know. Weren't you all about the Barbie movie? He had a Barbie review and Blue Beetle and all those ones. I don't know. I've definitely enjoyed some of his content before, but I don't know. There's
before
sometimes
you
where it just feels
realize
like
after so long, he's not. I wholeheartedly, despite what people think, he is how he has avoided cancellation of some degree. Like, he is catching blowback for this because, to a degree, it's not like how, because without going into it, is maybe this will cause Vito to be more cautious of what he allows on. Because I cover this because this is a byproduct of screwing around and finding out. Because Vito has been very lucky not to be Matt Jarbo. And I'm sure Geek Getaway knows what that
I think
means.
everybody's lucky to not be Matt Jarbo. So I was kind of responding to this in chat, and then I realized like it would be way too hard to write out my entire opinion to this. So I'd say like in a way, Geeks and Gamers is trying to hurt Disney's business, but I would say that it's the current business model that they're going down. So they're choosing certain ideas over, keeping the consistency of like the IP, for instance.
They have
So
their
in a
brand.
way, they're trying to hurt that model, but I don't think they want Disney to not exist. I think they would, in theory, like Disney to kind of go back to a time when it was more appreciated, when it seemed like it was a little bit more what they're looking for. So I guess you could, say that that's trying to hurt their business, but I don't think they want Disney dead. I think they want Disney to operate in a different way. And I think that's kind of what I'm getting from Vito, even though he's saying it in a much more inflammatory way. It does sound like he is saying a few things. So I don't, sorry, I then clicked on his next one. So I'm not saying that Roger Ebert should be locked up at all, but I would say that Ebert was trying to get people to not necessarily, make thumbs down movies. I think he was encouraging them to make better movies. That being said, just because you encourage somebody to make something better doesn't mean you're going to make great movies. Like Ebert's movie, what was it, Valley of the Dolls, is like notoriously like dog shit. That being said, he was a great critic, not necessarily a great filmmaker.
There's a line between critics, right? Because I'm going to bring into account of, if you look at how Vito has conducted his little, I want to call it overtly, without a trained eye.
Agreed.
You would call
Nobody said that you can't be a critic.
You would call it
Sorry,
a
I keep
crusade
responding to you.
versus Eric, because he plays it in character as it, because he's trying to do his own comic, right? And he has his own. And I mean, I'm going to hold Getaway to a point of if what he will say about Vito's comic if it is not released. And I hold you to that.
And I'm kind of looking forward to Vito's comic.
I'm going to hold
really
you to
cool
what you
idea.
told me, by the way, about that, and see if you turn on him. But I have hypothetically you won't. But
you were not talking to me on that. Gotcha.
But I say
other you out.
I want to say
audience.
Because Geek Getaway, right?
Gotcha.
But,
I'm interested for Super Killer though. Like it sounds like an interesting.
He has yet to
plot
release
line,
his,
like
right?
A hero.
See, here's the thing.
Fair enough. There are like he's kind of given like a synopsis of it, and I've definitely seen some artwork for it. So
one book.
It seems like it could be cool. I haven't seen like the finished artwork or anything like that. I've heard the idea. It entices me. So I'd like to check it out, but then again, I haven't bought Eric July's comic either, so I don't know. Am I going to be one of the first ones to buy Vito's? Probably not.
I'm going to be honest. It's not like my cup of tea either of them, because Vito's giving it that. It's kind of like, what did I bring? I brought up Rageaholic or Razor Fist book. He's like doing something entirely. I'd be more interested in that than I would be ISOM. Because
there's a bunch of books that I'd be interested in too. Also, I hear Adam and Sitch are getting pretty close on their book.
But the thing to it is, right?
I am a fan of theirs.
Eric went into, but there's a lot of stuff that's coming home to roost on Vito and Dick as well, because he's now part of this. Is how much of it is getting to the point you're playing towards the thing. It's going to come down to crunch time for him. You already have Eric in his books. He's done more kept to the schedule than EVS has. Vito has yet to put that book out. He shoved it back further. You've already have 2 copies of ISOM out. You have Yara that's coming out. You have the other books that are coming out. So clearly he has a track record. He's going to work on releasing. Now, is it different? Sure.
Nice.
Right? Because there's a plan involved with Eric. He goes, I'm going to release ISOM 1, then I'm going to do 2, then I'm going to do these others. Now, that seems like there's more of a plan. But
yeah, he was definitely trying to create like a universe, if you will, where a lot of the other ones are just kind of, creating
ISOM
one story.
Is one character in this universe, regardless if you like the subject matter and
the Rippaverse. It is not a universe, sir.
It's just its own contained universe. We just say.
I know. I'm just being a dick.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, and then you have, on the other hand, you have Vito, who's been rightfully so by Eric's fans who aren't going to watch him because of the fact of he's been just attacking ISOM on the art, the writing, and whatever else. And the question would be, would Vito take that same criticism? Probably not. But this has got him caught in the cookie jar because he pushed back, as I said, the release of his book and shoved it into next year. Which there's a reason why people don't like EVS, right? EVS and other comics book gators like, oh, support our book. We got to get this printed. We got to get this done. Eric July had all these books done, shipped out, some still sitting on them. He had a business plan.
And that is why it's a little different. He did like, actually like print all of his. It wasn't actually like hey, give me the funding to print this. It was a little bit different of a, I don't know. Everything about his business model has been a little bit different. I don't know. I'm not sure.
He was a comics guy. Little people do not know. He was a comics guy. He was actively buying comics up to, like, I'd ask you Getaway this, but I already know it's answered. I'm gonna put you on the spot, bud. Do you know what intergalactic Wakanda is? I mean, it's okay if you don't.
Me?
I asked you
I'm
Getaway
assuming it would be
since he's
Wakanda,
a comics fan.
okay.
But I'll know the answer
Sorry,
on that.
I was like,
but
that's assuming I know the answer from just combining the two words. But I'm not that big of a comics fan that I would know that.
Nah, dude, I wouldn't trust you with a life depended on it. You dodge, induct, and run. But remember, I'll say this, Geek Getaway. Remember, because someone blocked you, it's a victory in the boxing ring, okay? But no, Eric had an active pull list up until those runs, and he collected comics pretty weekly until that point. And basically, you get the idea. He knew how Diamond worked. Now, he did run into a hiccup, right, when he had to get all of this printed down the line. He's having to get all of this done. His page rates are different than what the standard rate is.
And it would be like a very small run as well. Well, I mean, for me, that would be a giant run. But for, like some of these actual publications, actual comics companies, it would be a rather small
basically like EVS is having to use his
like
own funds. Basically, EVS, just to give you one idea, Eric already sourced the paper, sourced the development. There was a little bit of the hiccup in printing various books because you have to get into a paper mill to be able to print your stuff. So he has to keep to a schedule, or else it's going to be like, oh, you don't know if that slot reopens back up. Does that make sense? Printing facilities.
Yeah, and that is kind of some of the problems. Yeah, like a lot of those printing.
He
houses
lives
have
in
kind of
Texas,
the same
right?
type of
And
deal.
Texas has like one of the businesses, if you told anybody years ago, going into a paper milling business like printing would not be a lot of money. It is, strangely enough, and it's
I was gonna say, for my limited printing background, it's very expensive. I would have thought,
it's not
a
as
lot cheaper
cheap,
than it
and
actually
for
is.
you got to get in on a schedule to have your stuff printed. People don't realize this. When you hear like a lot of leaks about magic cards and other stuff, they're coming from discarded facilities like in Texas and other places. They're supposed to destroy them. But bear in mind, these printing facilities are basically printing ahead of time. Like when you ever hear like a module,
That makes sense.
like if you ever hear like a game module for like GW is delayed, they're having to print in both America, the UK, and in China. So go figure.
Kinda
Like if
forget about
you're
how
making
global they
the
are.
rulebook modules, and Eric's having to coordinate all of this and get the shipping in. You're not seeing this with EVS. You're like, oh, he might have a book out. He might have a cover out.
That's true. I know a lot of these indies don't necessarily. I don't know. It seems like he had a lot of these things secured ahead of time, which is a little bit different.
Let's take
than a lot
someone
of these are
smaller,
doing it.
right? Let's take a
But,
person like Razor Fist.
Yeah,
Razor Fist he's a little slower in his production because he can't order a bunch ahead of time. Because this has been Eric's project for a while, and he figured out the logistics on how to do it. So,
and it seems like he's definitely figured it out a little better than some of the others. I don't know. He doesn't seem to be having the delays that you see with a lot of the other indies right now. And again, he did it his own different way, where as Josh is pointing out in chat, that he spent $200,000 of his own money pre-printing the books for ISOM 1.
I mean, you're going to hear you'll hear a lot like because he probably idolized Glenn Beck. Now, here's something people don't know about Beck. Beck, even though when he was on radio and doing his own stuff, he set up his own television network and his own side project aside. So he had to have this production in place, and maybe Eric adapted that from that or other successful people. Because if you're using your own money to start a company, like, you would have to sock that away. I mean, and that's just...
Well, then the problem with actually like buying inventory, like you also have to store it. There's a lot more that comes into it. Like, I don't know. I see a lot of people like the comment, kind of like Geek Getaway did with the, you can get 10K comics with 96 pages.
I forget what the rate is. I forget what this rate is, and I'd have to look it up. Depending on what it is. I remember something, and it's some mills, right, only offer X amount of orders on printing. You got to guarantee a print to get that print slot. You can only, or it costs so much per one you're going to do. So if you're a small indie person, let's say like Razor Fist, who doesn't have $1 billion contracts or media to back him up, he's having to go off a per order basis, like roughly how much he thinks he's going to need. But Eric has to go in, he's going in a little bit bigger but he's going into printing facilities that require you to potentially have more than you need to do it. Because I forget what that actual rate is, like per the one. It's different than anything because I remember hearing a number. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I know I just briefly looked into it and then kind of just gave up. But regardless, he doesn't have substandard printing or anything on this stuff, and it is something that he paid for ahead of time. It seems like he's definitely put a lot of ducks in their row compared to some of the indie comics that I've seen and personally held that are not the highest quality, I would say. And sorry, go
no,
ahead.
but I was going to say, because the rate, you know what I'm talking about is, because I heard it, someone wanted to potentially get something printed, like in the UK. They have an entirely different rate. You got to order like, what, 500 of it or 1,000 of it automatically or something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it because, yeah, they just definitely don't want to set up all the, you don't want to set up everything just for a
You don't want to
small
set the
run.
dies up for a small run.
Yeah, same thing with like screen printing. It's like, you actually start making good money once you're doing a bunch of different, actual
Because if
runs
you look
of
into
it.
printing,
When you,
right? Because I say this, if you look into the
Mhm.
printing, right, they have to set those dies up.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, like every single screen, every single color, every single die, like everything like that, it is its own separate cost and separate setup, regardless of how many you're doing.
Like
So it just becomes cheaper once you have more
yeah,
going in.
and this is
through it.
where like you see WotC like with magic card printing. By the time we see a
Mhm.
set is a prime example, they're already to the next block or next year because they have to be that far ahead in their printing. At one time, older magic cards were actually printed. Like I wish I had some of these. They were printed on at least one era was printed in the same where they printed like Scholastic Snoopy stuff. And in this one set, you would occasionally see like a Snoopy in it on one of these cards.
Mhm.
And it's like, but this was years ago, but like it still functions the same. You're having to go so far ahead by the time we see a set, they're already on to the next block or two, or they have the next year planned out because
Yeah, and it's just something you have to do to keep up with those runs and everything.
and this is the same.
I think we went a little in depth into like the printing. Let's get back to Vito's questions. No, it's all good. I enjoy it, but yeah, and the chat is definitely going off on the whole printing question. So good work. But,
By the way,
let's get
fun
back
fact
to the,
I'll say on this: the last time, the reason why you're seeing certain parts like issues with like Magic Market, etc., because Rise of the Eldrazi set was the last time they ever kept extra print runs paper for it. Now they just guesstimate how much they need. That will tell you the change in the industry because they went from being able to hold that paper stock to being able to have to print an X amount. So some sets are overprinted or underprinted. And the same is going to apply to comics or whatever comes out.
yeah, and I'm sure that's kind of more for the bigger ones. Like again, for the indies, like you're not going to just print like millions over what you're normally going to do. You just have a little buffer built in. But yeah, let's get back to Vito on the Side Scrollers podcast.
Right now it's an ongoing battle between people who think Eric July is the savior of the comic industry and us who go, I think he's an amateur who doesn't know what he's doing. But again, it's all above board criticism. We're not trying to destroy the man's business by running some weird op.
So a couple things here. Did you buy the comic when you reviewed it?
No, I was sent a copy to read.
So pirated. Did you pirate it?
Wasn't
Yes or no?
Dame sent a copy? Wasn't
No.
Bob sent
You
a
didn't.
copy?
It was sent to you.
He got
someone let me
he
borrow a
borrowed
copy.
Do you
He's saying that somebody let him borrow it. it definitely could be the case. I know I would definitely not feel comfortable pirating something and then doing a review on it. I would at least, like when we did the review on the Barbie movie, like I actually went out to the theater and saw that thing. I would feel kind of scummy to have pirated it and then do it off of that. He did not confirm that he actually did. He said he borrowed it, and then the host was saying, "So you pirated it?" And he said he borrowed it. He was sent it. So I don't know.
Because wasn't that
It could be that
wasn't
same
that
pirated
Bob's
copy
thing
that
too?
everyone's
Bob
linking
said
to.
when he reviewed ISOM 1, he got his friend's copy.
I think that is what a lot of people are saying, and I think that is
I
kind of how a
recall
lot of people
that.
have been. So I definitely have heard from some of the comic review channels that even if they have the paper version of it, they prefer to go to the pirated site because it's already got scans of all the pages, so they wouldn't have to like scan it themselves or take a picture of it. It kind of makes sense, but they at least own the copy of it. They're not, just pirating the copy. I don't know. I would feel a bit scummy
I
to
mean,
not
of all
at
the
least like buy a
people, it's like
ticket
if
or
you're
buy the
going to
thing.
review it, I hope you own it, because a lot of comics
Yeah, for
channels,
sure.
right? If they're going to review a comic, even if it's the most horrendous #1 ever, they still go buy that comic from the store.
You should. That being said, like I did just buy a ticket to Barbie. It wasn't like I own it on DVD or anything
But you
like
know what
that.
I'm
It's not
talking
available
about,
streaming,
right? Because
but
that's how the old
yes,
comic
yeah.
channels
I just want to
used
say,
to.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, no, for sure. And so I would kind of hope that he would do that, but it's not unheard of for a lot of the comic review ones to kind of use pictures from the I don't know, pirated site. I don't think it's necessarily morally good, but it doesn't seem
everyone
uncommon.
that
So
I
I'm not sure
know
if
who
the friend is a
reviews
friend or.
comics traditionally on YouTube, they all, even if it's a book they don't particularly invested in, they pull it and then they scan it. So
It would be the more honest way to do it. I could definitely see arguing that it would save some time, but I think so would a lot of other thievery. It doesn't mean that it's moral. So yeah, I would stick away from the pirated versions. But I guess we don't know that he pirated it. He just got it from a friend. So fair enough.
it's suspect.
Do you feel like your critiques of Rippaverse and your I don't know, lack of a better word, like open vitriol towards the product, do you feel that could have helped instigate this, you're saying third party to send those emails in hopes of gaining good grace with you?
I can't speak to why this person sent this email. I don't know. At the end of the day, I produce a comedy podcast where we talk about, does the new Star Wars movie suck? Does, what media are we watching? What media are we consuming? Eric July is one part of that conversation. Okay. But it's the same thing as I've made videos that have way more views than anything I've ever said about Eric July. I have a video about Star Wars The Last Jedi that has 10 million views. If somebody watches that and says, oh, I think Vito's sending me a secret message to attack Ryan Johnson and fuck with his life and his livelihood, well, I'm not sending those messages. At no point in any of my content do I say harass people, go out and cause trouble for people, try to fuck up their livelihood. I can't control what crazy messages people get from my content. So yeah.
So that's kind of an interesting take, I would say. So do you view the way that he's treating Eric July the same as the way that he treated? So have you seen his Last Jedi review at all? I guess I should ask you before I ask you that question.
It's probably been a great many years.
So it is like his kind of biggest thing. I did enjoy his review of it. It was, very. It's not in the favor of Ryan Johnson. He was saying just how horrible the movie is. I felt like it was pretty good commentary on it.
I mean, occasionally he does take that. He does take a contrary view.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why I say some of his reviews are not entirely my cup of tea. Like, there's a couple people, but it's like, yeah, he'll hard disagree with some people. I mean, he lives in Hollywood, so I'm pretty sure he does I'm sure he has a job outside of YouTube doing something over there.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's just kind of weird. Like, I don't know. I just don't view the same criticism, or I don't view it the same as saying like this guy can't. I don't know. Basically, just saying like this guy is a scam. He's a sham. He can't ride his way out of a bag. So that last part, that like can't ride his way out of a bag, that feels like it is similar criticism to what he was doing with Ryan Johnson for The Last Jedi. But I don't know. It seems like he's gone so much further than that with a lot of the character attacks on him. But I don't know. Am I seeing it wrong? Like, I could totally be the one with a biased view here that it is the same way that he's going.
I'm
after
not
these
familiar with enough of his, like, personal. Like, usually the only time I ever see a Vito video is if it's something big. It's kind of like the only time I ever see a Geeks and Gamers video, if it pops up. Like, it's like when there's not something they're covering or a series. So, like, I will give it. Vito can be a critic. I will say that in stuff I've seen. Right? I mean, but you have to understand the same way. There's a point of being a critic. There's a point of how you deal with comedy on your show.
So, yeah, I guess that's another question that we will get into later. But I would kind of like to hear where your line is with comedy. I think I know where mine is, and I know it's definitely different. But do you see what he's doing as like over the line comedically to you? I just want to tease that. We don't have to answer that right now. I know one of the questions he's definitely going to bring that up.
And there's
so,
Steph.
Let's hear the next
See
question
what he
for
says,
him.
because there's a line to that.
With hindsight, I wish I had gone on my show and said, "Hey, if anyone's thinking about causing a trademark dispute for Eric July, please don't." But again, these are not situations I can predict. I don't know what people have in their heads. I don't know what crazy emails they're going to send. At the end of the day, I can say this, and I'll say it more now. If anyone is listening to my show and you think I am telling you to go and cause legal trouble for Eric July, please don't. I feel like that went unstated, like that's just obvious. But if it needs to be explicitly spelled out, sure. Like I have no problem saying that.
I want to be really clear. He says there's more information, and your response to that is what?
My response is that we've tried to figure out what he's talking about, and ultimately we think that this is a situation where he knows what he has is flimsy. So the claim he's making is that we sent this email, or that we instructed this individual to send this email. That's 100% false. We had this person does not work for us. We've DM'd with them in the past. They've sent us stuff for the show, but at no point do we say, you can act on behalf of the show and try to stir up trouble or whatever. We had no awareness that this was going to happen. He's trying to say that and he's also accused us of just being this person, saying that this is a fake account we made up to send these fake emails. So I think he knows he doesn't have evidence of that because it's not true. And he's saying, well, there's more receipts and receipts are coming. We welcome it because we know we didn't do this. And I can't imagine what other receipts he could have because, again, we're not this person and we did not tell this person to do this.
There are drama farmers.
So then they bring up Eric July's video and kind of go through that whole Eric July's response and kind of keep breaking it down and asking Vito questions about it. I thought a lot of it was kind of similar ground, so I just grabbed a few select parts of it where Eric July says something and they ask Vito about it specifically. But it is kind of, I don't know, it is interesting the way that Vito's trying to kind of explain it. I don't know. It does make me wonder, and I can definitely see it from Vito's point of view. That, he doesn't have anything else.
So. Great. It was.
But it kind of makes me wonder. Is it that? Is it like counter trolling? Is he just trying to get? Essentially, is he just trying to stir up some shit? Basically, make Dick and Vito kind of sweat a little bit. I don't know. I'm not 100% certain on that. Because, again, like he's just not mentioning anything from that previous suit, the actual one that is filed. But he's going into a lot of detail and he's showing a lot of clips on here and then saying, like, we've got extra receipts and my lawyers are looking into that.
I mean,
I don't know.
To
It's
be
just
fair,
kinda...
I think he has just been sitting on a bunch of stuff, whether or not he can fully act on it. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just not sure if any of that's legal, but it does seem like it's kind of...
eh.
I don't know. To me, it seems like he might be trying to give them a taste of their own medicine and just kind of making them
Oh, I
sweat.
mean, at this
But
point, that's what I think he's trying to do publicly, because like very
Yeah.
rare you see because if anyone watches his channel enough, you're going to see Eric is going to be diplomatic a lot on his YouTube, and he keeps that. You might see him say like spicy stuff on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, periodically, but he doesn't really argue with people. He's not a huge drama person, especially if a third party person brings him in. And he's often viewed Vito and Dick as sometimes that, because you know, of course, the other names Eric always brings up that go after him.
Yeah, which they don't really have anything to do with this particular one.
It doesn't have anything to do with this lawsuit in any realm of. None of us are trademarks, so you do not know how it's going to go down. So.
No, but there is a trademark lawyer who does get consulted later. But yeah, so kind of let's get to some of his responses from some of Eric's comments.
Out there, they need to conjure up things. Some may consider it to be admirable that they have to talk about me to get the most engagement.
Are you a drama farmer?
I don't know. I don't know. I talk about controversial topics.
How would you respond to that, Tiamat, if you were asked, are you a drama farmer? Would it take you like a good 10 count to come up with an answer? I don't know. I guess I could understand by, I could understand asking, what do you mean by drama farmer? Which is kind of where they go next. But I don't know. I just think, it seems like a knee-jerk reaction would be, no, I'm not a drama farmer.
Gray, the thing about what I liked about this particular interview is, remember I said about Vito, it's kind of like keep a story straight. Like, hypothetically, if it's like if you're ever trying to catch Eric at anything, he is media trained and been around enough media to know what to say and to not say. Does that make sense?
Fair enough. It does seem like, so when yes, that does make sense. But when you're saying like inconsistency, I don't know. I'd say Vito is pretty consistent.
He was
in this
consistent,
interview.
but
he says the same thing like 4 times, and we'll show that when it comes up.
But this is where what they were doing. He's like, well, this is pedantic questions or redundant. What they were doing is asking him similar questions over and over again, seeing if there's variance.
Yeah, and I like the way that they did it, since they had like all the different, since they had the different members of their podcast, they were able to kind of approach it from different ways, and it really seems like they were able to kind of keep him off guard a little bit. At the same time, it didn't seem, like just some straight up interrogation. The person who is kind of most antagonistic to him is kind of diagonally above him. I cannot remember that guy's name. But the other two are pretty friendly with him.
Yeah,
so I don't know. It's kind of an interesting interrogation type of deal. If you do get a chance, do check it out. It's on the Side Scrollers Rumble channel. These are just a few select clips.
I mean, she dipped out after a bit, though. She didn't feel comfortable talking.
Yeah, I think she's only going to be in here for the first couple of clips, and then she does end up bowing out. So then we do just get the 3 of them. But yeah, still, I really liked kind of the way that they went about these questions. And I actually liked quite a bit of Vito's answers, too. It's not exactly where I thought he was going to be. Craig. Thank you, Sci-Fi's Life. I could not remember his name. I do remember him being referred to quite a few times. But yeah, it just struck me as a little bit weird that, there's not an immediate answer for like, are you a drama farmer? But I guess he's a little conflicted with it. And let's let him get the rest of his answer out to drama farming.
Topics to get views and clicks. So I don't know. I think I'm the same as any other YouTuber. I think that's one thing about me is that I'm 100% committed to honest content. Even if something's like trending and everyone's dunking on something, if I don't agree with it, I'm not going to jump on board. Like these are 100% my honest opinions. I have no interest in lying to my audience.
When you were on with Dick, though, he said he does it for shits and giggles, basically. So do you denounce that?
Well, I would have to hear that statement again. Again, that was like a weird clip out of context. But Dick is a guy who he enjoys the fight. Okay, he likes to fight with people, especially when he believes he is correct and morally right and on the right side of things. So I would not describe Dick as a guy who needlessly invents controversy. I would just think of him as a guy who, if he's involved in controversy, he wants to fight it to the bitter end.
You said
and he gets.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. Well, I don't know if I would agree with the first half of the statement, but the second half where Dick will fight it to the better end, that is kind of my past experience. Again, not a huge fan, but I've watched him off and on. Definitely have enjoyed The Biggest Problem in the Universe a few different times. But yeah, I have not seen him kind of back down.
That is a long way of saying
Vito is
yes,
mentioning.
he is, and yes and no, he is not a drama farmer.
But the first half of that question, I don't know. It seems, or sorry, the first half of his answer about Dick, I don't know. I feel like they have instigated quite a bit of it. I don't feel like they are, free of instigation. I think they have brought quite a bit of this on. I think specifically with Eric July, it seemed like I could have my timeline wrong, but it seemed like Vito was really going after him, and Dick kind of jumped on that bandwagon.
See, and to be fair, Eric both Eric and them have both done it okay because.
Oh yes, no, they go after each other
because they have
constantly.
both. Eric has been a little bit gloves off a little bit because, like, I think at one point maybe, and I don't know if it stands that Vito is blocked by Eric. I don't know. Like, I say this because I suspect Eric just eventually blocked him. Because there's that weird period of, remember you were covering, like, Eric and them? There was, like, that period someone told him to stop people to stop talking.
Oh, yeah, about DJ Eric.
And then there's, like...
I think that was just a rumor.
It's like a rumor. It's like Vito
at
some point was like, I was told not to, but it's also that point of he maybe got tired of it. So, like, Vito's response to me is like, he should have just said, I do run a comedy YouTube channel, so there might be clickbait. And then...
I did not look into exactly how this started, so I could totally be wrong. I definitely will look into that a little bit more. Thanks for the heads up, Getaway, excuse me.
I'll look into that too, but I take your word as the grain of a viper. Grain of salt about the fucking thing.
I'll believe you a little bit more than that. I just kind of was on the peripheral of it. So how it seemed to me was that Vito was going after him initially. I could totally be wrong on that.
Well, I mean, he defends people, but Vito strikes me as the type of person that calls you his friend and then does the Trumpian thing and slits their throat behind your back. So
I think we view. I don't think I could get on board with you that he's going to slit your throat or anything like that. But what is your opinion on the previous statement that Vito was making that he is, honest? He wouldn't give an opinion that's not his. Do you think he's disingenuous with any of the opinions, or do you think?
I think if it comes down to an opinion, he's very honest on his. And okay. I only
that
think,
is
and
also kind of how I see him. Like, I don't think he's fakely attacking or July. I don't think he likes him.
I have personally seen him into dramas to try to farm something. It's just
Yeah, but I mean, like, I guess you could say that for most of you. Like, are we technically farming drama? I guess it would depend on. Well, I guess it depends on the definition. So I would like to say that we are not cultivating it. You know, we're not watering the drama. I guess you could argue that we're watering it down, but I guess we're trying to document it and present it. So I could see.
I would rather call this
drama
documenting
adjacent,
because
but,
it's kind of like if I asked you personally, even would you or Geek Getaway even what his answer would be? Do you take the side of Ethan Klein?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Do you take the side of Ethan Klein or do you take the side of Keemstar in that whole drama if you were part of it?
Yeah. And that was kind of where that was going back to in my head. Like, I've definitely seen channels that I would call, like drama farmers. And, if they were regularly stirring up events like this, like the whole lawsuit that seems to have gotten a little bit instigated from an incident on their show, I guess I could say, they're farming it.
Because I'll say most.
For me, it would depend on the definition. Like, I don't know. I would view farming as a little bit different. Like you're, planting the seeds, you're watering it, you're tilling the soil, you're getting it ready for the drama to sprout. So you're actually contributing it to it. But maybe that's my own personal definition of it. It's not just like reporting on it. But, maybe it's tomato.
See, he said he would pick it like Keem, right? But see, my thing, right, with Ethan Klein and Keemstar, and I think that most of the...
That'll be a tough one, man.
Look, I'll say, like, the reason I bring that up is, it's like in this situation, I think both are wrong, and I didn't care for either of them. And they left lasting damage to YouTube.
Back in the day, I was on Ethan's side, and I don't know. I'm not sure if I would be
both
today.
liars.
Yeah, I just saw Keemstar as definitely a person with much lower moral standards, but since I've kind of seen more and more of Ethan, I think I actually had a wrong assessment about Ethan. So I don't know where I'd come down on it today. If it's still like the same facts, I might be a little bit more on Ethan's side, but
see, I bring that up because I can't
retroactively. Everything has been kind of ruined in my head.
By that time, I couldn't side with either of them. I'm pretty much like let them both slaughter each other and let God sort it out kind of scenario at that point.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. But yeah, I think a lot of it, like every argument, it comes down to definitions. So I don't know. I could see somebody
and in this
making a definitional
situation,
argument
as
that we're
much as I like
farming.
Eric and I respect Eric, but there's a lot of people, I'm in Eric's fan base, that we don't always like how he handles stuff.
For sure. I know, like that Bob debate I'm very familiar with. I do wish he didn't take the bait when Bob just kept prodding him and trying to get him to go off the handle. He should have been. That was what Bob wanted. He really played into that. That being said, I do get some catharsis when he's like totally yelling at somebody. So I don't know. It's his own style. It sounds like he is going to change that. He kind of alluded to it in a second video. I only took like a snippet of that, but he kind of said, now people's livelihoods depend on me. So I'm going to have to conduct my business a little different. So it sounds like maybe he won't be quite as vitriolic or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. If I did have multiple people's careers on my shoulders, perhaps I wouldn't be super vitriolic. But
it's in the same vein, right, as Vito is on Twitter. Like, Vito does the kind of schizophrenic schizo posting half the time. And then he did the whole recent thing where Eric set him up with something or did that. And then Vito's having to explain it. So it's kind of like half the time you don't see it as what's genuine and what's not, because Eric, there was a time he was terminally online and would respond to everyone who literally at him at one point. Then he started blocking people who just, like, if you involve him in a third party thing, and this applies to you, Geek Getaway. It wasn't when you said because he saw you look like a brick. And because there was a story, and as I was telling you, and I'll share this with chat, when he talked to Blurred Without Fear, and you can still find this, and this guy goes on the initiative, he tagged both Eric and Blurred, right? And then he tried to get both of them into like, and it's another black guy called him the C and UT word as well. And this,
I do kind of hate when people try to.
He tried to drag him, man. He talked to Blurred. They had a decent conversation, even though him and Blurred don't get along because they're of different ideologies. But the guy, when he came on, he blocked the guy, and even Blurred was like, I don't like being dragged into third-party drama.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could just have your own drama.
So Eric basically has been blocking a lot more people. So now is Eric and Vito both going to have to be more civil? Because bear in mind, Eric has to take care of his brand. Vito has to take care of his own.
I don't know, because part of Vito's brand is kind of being out there, kind of being vitriolic. Like he also got a lot of his fame from kind of defending cuties, or at least making a lot of jokes around that. So I don't know. Like it seems like his brand is kind of controversy in a way.
But
I'm not sure. Where Eric July, he does have, the monetize the haters thing, but I think he would be much more known for the actual comic than kind of his persona and his like trollish nature.
But that's going to come back on him, though.
That is kind of Vito's reputation.
He hasn't done a monetize the haters in a while, to be honest. And I think that's part of the PR thing he's having to manage. When Vito launches his own comic, he's going to be responsible for his own brand.
For sure. But I think people kind of know what that brand is, and I think it is a bit controversial. So I don't think he has that kind of built-in. I would think that Eric July would have more to lose off a reputation, but you're right. Like he will be responsible for that whole brand. You're right,
because you're going to see Eric, at least in his nature of his tweets as of late, has had to cut back on attacking. He's having to refrain more. Vito's having to do it as well. But so let's say when Vito's launches his comic, his show is going to be entwined with his comic. They're not going to see that as a separate brand, probably. Because how Vito conducts himself on his show is going to rub off on who wants to buy his thing. And I'll say his comic looks interesting in concept. I mean, it's kind of like,
I would like to see it. Geek Getaway is saying that it is 8 out of 10. So, I would be interested in seeing it. I'm sure he is completely impartial to that, but I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of the animation from it, so I'm kind of excited to see what it ends up looking like because I've just seen a couple still images. But I'm not sure.
He's
I would
setting
definitely like to
it
see it when
up
it comes out.
so Vito, for the people, and I'm not saying demeaning it. It's set up as a concept as a superhero who goes around killing other heroes that cause issue in a multiverse. It's kind of like, I forget what the genre is. There's a term for this genre. It's like a Western comic mixed with a manga style kind of thing.
For sure. That's kind of what I got from some of the artwork. But I'd like to see the finished product. But it sounds like an interesting concept. And there's been, a lot of fun art out there where basically he gets to go around killing, famous properties like, Sailor Moon or something like that. That kind of interests me. It feels like there is a possibility to do that really well. So I hope he does, especially with all the criticism he's kind of, laid out at Eric July. I'm sure a lot of people are definitely coming at him a lot harder. But Yeah, it does seem like a very interesting story to me. So I definitely would like to check it out. But yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to get a fair review from many
Because
people.
right now it's kind of like, but with this whole thing of, and his, as I said, he pushed this off, it's probably going to start impacting his own market because Vito would have to open himself up to the same criticism he's doing of Eric July. But I don't think Eric July would critique Super Killer. But others, I don't know.
Yeah, and it looks like Geek Getaway is saying that we didn't say it right. Sorry, I thought we were saying when he goes to the other universes, he's going after like superheroes. I did mention like Sailor Moon because that was one of the kind of fan art things that I saw, but it seems like it would kind of open that up if you could go to like kind of any alternate world or parallel universe or whatever, and you know, you could see any sort of superhero.
It's Vito who's
like
actually mentioned. Vito has actually mentioned like the girlfriend or something goes, maybe she dresses up as a magic girl or something like that. And it's like,
I don't even know anything about the peripherals. It was
I'm
just
just
like,
like okay, this is an
thumbnail
interesting
sketch that kind of got me interested. Like, all right,
it's like okay,
yeah, it kind of seemed like a Hitman type deal with multiverse aspect where he's going after superheroes. That seems like it could be really good. So I hope it is because definitely he's going to get some criticism.
And Gantz is, if he's basing it on that, that's not everyone's cup of tea. So, I mean,
no, but I mean, like, I think, you know, like a Hitman superhero probably isn't everyone's cup of tea anyway. Like, there's a lot of them that, you know, really like that whole kill nobody, do no harm type deal. But we've kind of gone way off track again. Let's get back to Vito. He is going to get very consistent very soon, though.
You've exchanged emails with, or you've changed DMs or whatever it is with the person who sent these emails, right? You know who this person is. You do know who this person is who sent this.
Well, I don't know their identity. Let's be clear. Like,
but you've had conversations with them.
Yeah, I can't recall exactly what they were. Like, it was a fan. You know, I get a lot of DMs from fans. This was a guy who would occasionally DM, and I'm sure said stuff like, "Hey, great show," or like, "I really like what you said last episode," or something. I go, "Okay, thanks." And he's also someone who in the past had emailed a charity that Eric was working with to get some information, and he sent that to us. And we said, "Well, okay, that's an interesting email," and we put it on the show.
So what was the "we" in reference to? You said it on the podcast and in some DMs. Like, was it you?
And moments ago too, when he said, "So we put it on the show." Now, there, did he mean we as in Dick and I, or did he mean we as in the person who sent it in? Like, it is weird, but he seems to consistently be switching to we. So I don't know if you saw this part of this interview, but who do you think he's referring to when he says we?
I'll give him the benefit of
Is there someone that you'd assume?
I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. I would pretty much say, like, we. Like, usually if I ever to refer to us as we, it's because I send both information to both you and Patrick, right? So we talk about things. So
yeah, that seems like that seems like a reasonable way to do it. I think so. As Geek Getaway is saying, Vito uses Royal too much. Fair enough. I think that is what he keeps doing in this interview, and I think he does it like 3 times right after this when they mention this question to him. What do you mean by we? He says, "I'm being imprecise." Well, I'll let him go ahead and talk about it, and then he's imprecise like a number of other times right after that. So do kind of look out for that. But yeah, he's going to explain who we is. It is not who I would have thought he was referring to with we by any means.
And Dick, was it you, Dick, and the person who emailed? Was it you and was it you guys in the community, you know, what was it in reference to?
Well, so we had this, again, somebody, and it was this individual, you know, had reached out. Basically, we had some questions about Eric teamed up with this charity to donate copies of his comic book. And we were trying to find out, you know, is he also donating money? Is he only donating comics? It's a convoluted thing, and it's not that interesting. But this fan of the show, I guess, decided to actually reach out to the charity to try and get those answers. Like, you did you team up with Eric July? I forget exactly what he asked, but he got some information that we thought was like relevant. And we're like,
do you feel that's an accurate statement? The person who sent this email was trying to encourage legal action against Rippaverse.
I genuinely don't know what they were trying to accomplish. I don't know if they were trying to get.
So I did clip it a little rough there. So they did ask him who we was, and I forgot. The first time he's not able to go there, he kind of goes off on a different tangent. So that was kind of an abrupt cut. They kind of went to even a third topic of there, but I believe right after this, he does go back to explaining who we is. So yeah, I'll let him get back to that. But sorry, I built it up, and then he didn't answer that.
Company mad. I mean, it seems like they were trying to get the company mad at him or to look into it. I don't know. It's all speculation at this point. Obviously, it led to a lawsuit, so I think it's fair to say that maybe that was their aim.
Right, but do you feel after hearing that and the verbiage in there, do you feel like that's what that person was digging at?
I genuinely don't know. I mean, to me, it sounds like a guy who's trolling and fucking around. I don't know what they're trying to do with it. I don't know why they're doing it.
Do you think there's a difference between trolling, maybe putting a tweet out and saying that, and emailing a company and saying it to them?
Yeah, sure.
Because do you think that's an equivalency of trolling, or do you think it might be more?
No, I think this guy went over the line. This guy went over the line. I think I have no problem saying that. Don't.
So, and we don't know if this person is in the chat.
So that is kind of weird. He does seem to think that this guy went over the line. I would have liked them to ask where that line is, because he seemed okay with the first email where he wasn't representing himself as part of the show, but then they kind of represented him as part of the show. So the second one seems over the line because he represented him as part of the show. I would have liked them to ask a follow-up and just find out why it's over the line to him, which would have been, just fine that it's over the line. I just
see.
I would use that a little bit.
I would use something as an example, right? As a fact, the idea is like when Dane would use something from, let's say, M3 Writer. I think I'll still have to remember like SJW, Captain America, and others. Like he uses something, he's like, they're not part of the fandom initiative, but he uses it. Does that make sense?
They're adjacent. Yeah.
Like it's like you're adjacent to what you're using, because this is why I say it's so murky and clouded, because I'll say what I said in chat. I find Eric's rogue gallery in certain people's rogue galleries to be very much concerned trollish. Some are pot stirrers, and they just get stuff for a rise. You have to figure out, are they actually substance or are they actually trolls? That's why it's sometimes hard for me to watch certain communities. Like I have people who work with YouTubers I like. I can't watch the guy's channel because there's too many pot stirrers on the other one. And they don't come over to ours, or they are too different than ours. And I'm just like, I would rather just have a pure discussion to watch a Let's Play than have to deal with someone adjacent's fans, because they're very different than the other. Because, and then there's another person, he doesn't even do gaming. He'll come in gaming or commentary. It's mainly what he does, is commentary-ish. His people come into ours and sometimes cause issues. So it's kind of like the PR would have been better to say the guy's concerned trolling, and we don't know what he was doing, and he's already denounced him multiple times. So it's like,
yes. And he goes beyond just that. And it actually kind of surprises me how far he goes. And I think he's actually just about to do it now. But yeah, I wish I would have known where that line is. I just wish they would have asked him that particular question. But I understand what you're saying about the different people coming in and kind of stirring the pot. I agree with you, and that's kind of why I don't do it. But I don't know. I think there's definitely room for those pot stirrers, and I guess maybe I am a pot stirrer when it comes to like the fandom initiative. I've definitely stirred their pot, so to say. But yeah, I think Vito is just about to kind of say how far he would go with this guy, which it actually kind of surprised me.
I assume it's just somebody who registered the name.
Could have just
fuck around.
been, anybody.
Could have. Well, but they say Vito knows my identity, but he can't say it. Is that true?
No, I think.
This was just some random person in the Rumble chat said that they were obtuse. No,
I'll put it this way: if I knew this guy's identity, I would nail him to the fucking wall. You would have his home address, the names of his family and his kids. I'd give you everything because he's fucked up my whole day, my whole week, my whole month. Okay, I don't know where this is going to go. Eric July is saying he's going to sue me because of this individual's actions. So if I knew who this guy was, you would have all that information. Because I want none of this.
That's a lot further than I thought he was going to go.
That's a proper response.
And it kind of sounds like he's saying something about doxing, but he does clarify it a little later that he's not talking about doxing. But that seems like a very strong statement that he would give all of the information on over. That kind of makes sense.
I mean, Vito.
Anyway, I didn't think he was going that far.
No, I remember that in this clip because I watched it and I had to go find it. But I found it in what it's. The thing is, I do think that's genuine. I believe.
Yeah, I think so too.
I do think deep down, strangely enough, as much as I want to see the interview between Dane and Vito that is locked away in a vault somewhere because
he didn't agree with Dane's leftist politics.
I mean,
all of them, I should say.
Dane's like, I should release this because I would love to see where they agree and they disagree. But like on this,
I agree.
Even Vito agrees with, even though he may not agree totally with Eric, principally, if you're going to stir a pot between two channels like this guy maybe did and use the show's name, I mean, that email looked pretty official from someone who would be like an assistant.
Be an idiot. Like when you read it, you would understand some of those jokes in there. But I don't know. I wonder how it would come off to a normie, if that would come off like an actual inquiry from a reporter. Either way, there's enough.
There would have been
legitimate
flags.
Information in there to stir the pot. Yeah, you'd hope that the red flags would have shown. But either way, if you do have a copyright thing, maybe you still have to show that to your lawyer. And I'm pretty sure the copyright lawyer is going to say, yeah, we've got a case there. But perhaps I'm thinking too little of a copyright claim. But it seems like most lawyers would, kind of jump at that. Like, yes, that is a claim.
Was either sent to an official at the church straight, or that was sent to the copyright lawyer.
Yeah. And either way, it was definitely sent to try and get something done. I don't think it was just like, haha.
Now, if you go by the church,
it seems like it was.
Now, if you go by this ministry school's opinion, it was sent to.
And there is kind of that follow up. I do have that follow up tweet, that little information. Where they said that they've been trying to contact him. So you'll see that coming up really soon. But I do want to applaud Vito. He does say that he would give all the information over if he had that. So that's better than I thought he was going to say.
Okay. Let's go to continue.
In this tweet right here, Vito claims we asked the charity if they need more comics. In that tweet, he shows an email from.
Okay, let's step back. And I don't think this was very clearly answered. Who is we specifically?
So there's a bunch of people on Twitter who are, critics of ISOM. We say like, here's what Eric's doing, or update with like news on the campaign, how much money he's making, whatever. It's just a topic that we're interested in. So when I said we asked the charity, I meant the community has done this. It's like the same when I say we've run the numbers on the campaign. I didn't personally go out and calculate, how much money he made per comic. I mean that somebody in the general community went out and did this. People are saying that it means we, as in I sent that email, and that's just categorically false.
Do you think using?
So he's using "we" to mean the entire detractor community somehow. He is including a lot of the players that you mentioned before, like that whole Vickyverse thing, and pretty much any of the other people that got struck. That's strange to me. I don't know. I guess I just don't.
I've heard him mention "we" in two different ways, because
yes, and he actually does that in this interview.
Because, I mean, I'm familiar with. That's why I said in the chat, when you start getting to, I'll reiterate it, when you start getting. That's why I brought up, Eric July's detractors are people who irrationally hate him. They just form this mob and they go like a single mind and attack him. And sometimes I look on Twitter and I'm like, can you guys go touch grass? Because you'll see, whether it's Vickyverse or them, they all blob up and attack them. And Vito's in that mess too. And I'm just like, you see why you guys get associated with one another?
Yeah. I mean, I can see that, but I don't know. It's just weird. So I guess I'm in the, I can't remember exactly what Dane called it, but, it'll be like the anti-fandom initiative crowd. I don't think I've ever spoken for you, me, Andrew, let's see, anybody else who's made a video against Dane. I don't think I've said we, and I refer to us as a group, and it's we did this information, we did some digging. I don't know. I think I would, be more precise.
I usually do. Yeah. It's I'm usually, I have projects I do with you, or I do stuff with Vincent. But you're mainly dealing with Patrick. I may provide you information, but
and I would credit you with the information. I wouldn't say we have done the research and we have emailed with. It seems a little imprecise to me.
Because I think if you want to cover it, I send it to you.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know. It just seems a little different. But I would have thought that he would have gone with the royal we. I just meant we, as in I don't know. I guess I just didn't anticipate that he would be saying the entire detractor community.
As soon as you start getting that detractor community in place, that's when it all just... I use the term detractor community because I don't think they all exist in one Discord. They're like this discordant voice, so to speak. Whenever Eric does something, they're all there. They go online. I think even Dane's mentioned this. And it's bothered him how terminally online some of these people are. Eric July tweeted this. And by damn God, they tweeted.
Yeah. Well, let's let him keep going. He's going to explain it a little bit further. And then I think he does kind of... imprecise speech again really quickly after this.
The term "we" could lead people to believe that you're okay with this, and it was a orchestrated thing because using that verbiage, it seems that way.
I had no problem. I that email that he sent to the charity, I don't remember them being anything wrong with it. It sounded, as far as I remember from that email, he basically just asked them, "Hey, is Eric July giving you guys money, or, how many books is he giving you?" So I had no problem.
Doesn't saying we then imply that it's on your behalf?
No, it means, again, I'm using the term we in that tweet to mean that we, people who are interested in this, have looked into it. I am not taking personal ownership of it. I can see how it could obviously be construed that way as it is being construed now. But I can guarantee that I did not send that email.
So So when you say we, you're speaking of your community. Your community, we sent this. We asked the charity if they needed more comics. So
not specifically my community, just the general on Twitter. There's a bunch of different people. There's like Vickyverse. There's basically a bunch of different accounts that all argue about ISOM related stuff. There's pro ISOM accounts. There's pro Eric July accounts. There's anti Eric July accounts. So when I said we, heard from the charity, that was just basically me using shit instead of saying, hey, a guy who also doesn't like ISOM emailed the charity. In hindsight, yeah, it was probably stupid to connect myself to this person, but I had no idea that this person was then going to go out and try to conduct fake business on my behalf. Like at this point,
I don't know. That's just so interesting to me. I guess I just wouldn't see using we in that particular way. Like if he's talking about like we, the internet community, like okay, but he's not even talking about like his particular community. He's talking about like a segment of the community, just the detractors, which isn't necessarily his community, but he's a part of the community. I don't know. It just seems very imprecise.
The problem, that's what I say earlier. Remember where I said it's either him and Dick, or when I said there is far too many of the other ones that are like when Eric posts something, you'll see the same 5 people. They have no lives outside of online, and they're going boom, 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 boom. They fight amongst everyone who defends them. And it's you don't see it with Eric July's defenders. Like you'll always see Vicky responding to something. You'll always see like, was it Vicky, Vito, Dick, kind of they're in there, Loza, Chloe's there. Like I recommend like it's in the video, like Eric Goalpost channel has it. These people all just monitor everything Eric does. And he's just like, as soon as he does something, they all come out of the woodwork like a bat signal, flashes in the sky and goes, oh, did you know Eric said this, 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 and this? Nah, it's just, it makes stuff we cover, it makes Dane and Bob look sane. Like, for all their problems, we're not terminally online either, but they are.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess we're getting more so there. We are becoming more and more online. But I agree with you. I'd like to keep touching grass. I would like to not be terminally. But I don't know. Again, it kind of comes back to definitions. I guess if somebody wants to say I'm way more online than or way more terminally
when he
online.
says we, as
Fair
in
enough.
Vickyverse, Loza, and all of them, Eric could literally bankrupt his company and say, oh, I'm right, or your guys are right, or whatever, and do a complete turn, and they'd still tell him to go dig a ditch and jump in it.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. It just seemed, I guess I would have thought that he was either saying we as in like the internet. I guess I could understand that. It's kind of like we the people, but talking about just the online community or like the royal we. But I don't know. It feels weird to me. And like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth when he is saying we refers to this group of detractors. It's not his group, but he's speaking for them. He's saying we. I don't know.
That's what I see.
I'm not sure.
I've seen him say we as me and Dick, or maybe a staffer or something. Like, let's use like the quartering as an example in Jeremy. Jeremy will say, oh, we as a staff or something. But when you just throw out we, you got to think of what concept it is. Because it's
but it's not like
weird.
It's not like Dick and Vito have like a huge staff or anything like that. No. Like I think they have like one guy that helps them with sound and stuff, but I don't believe he's actually there. I don't know. I know from a few of the shows that I've caught, they didn't have sound initially, and then the sound guy like called in or whatever and got them to fix that. So I think they have like people that help them, but I don't believe they have any staff. Where like if Eric July was to say like we, like people would probably assume it did mean like him and his employees or something. I don't know. It is a little different. I don't know. I guess I can understand how he's using we, but I don't know. I don't feel like he's going to be consistent when he keeps using that throughout this interview.
This was just a guy who was emailing around and sharing what he had found. Yes, 100% in hindsight, I wish I had made it 100% clear that I am not connected to this individual, that they had messaged me and sent me, what emails they had sent to this charity. But again, they did not do so after being asked by me. They were not instructed by me. They are not employed by me. They are not endorsed by me. I used some shorthand, and I am absolutely paying the penalty by having this insane conspiracy theory laid at my doorstep. So notice he says that may have been a critical error. Throughout this video, Eric is using very clear language to try and distance himself from making an actual accusation. He's never going to say Vito actually sent this, because he doesn't have proof of that, because I didn't.
I don't think that in this situation like this he can speak in definitives, because
why?
he's going through.
He supposedly has receipts. If he knows that we did it, then just say that.
Well, because he's going through a legal process, and I don't think it makes sense for anybody to speak in definitives.
I think if you have proof that somebody did something, you can speak in definitives and not worry about it. I think
stupid.
He's kind of got a point, but so like if he did have like beyond the shadow of a doubt proof, he probably would leak it, but I'm guessing what he has is much more circumstantial, if anything at all. Again, I'm left wondering if, since he won't talk about the actual case, per his actual lawyer's orders, if he would just be trolling these guys and essentially just kind of making them sweat this and kind of making them worry.
See,
perhaps trolling
I'll
them
alternative
back,
it. Here's a theory I have. I think because it was filed, they're not trying to openly, I guess, pursue it at the moment. You'll see a lot of clips online of Vito saying, Eric's like, I have rock star lawyers, etc., or $1 million, right? They're probably telling him, especially after a couple of those, he was like, Eric, please be quiet. We know you want to respond on Twitter, but be quiet, because...
But you don't think that he talked to his lawyer between, the trademark thing and this? I think perhaps they told him, don't talk about anything you're actually having a case against.
I'm not going to go...
I don't know. I'm just wondering if it doesn't
I'm not
going to
be like
more
you
weight
get
on the
away
side
and
of
suspect
he's not
on
actually
his
going to do anything
stream
to
of, is the lawyers telling him, texting him in between? No, I think he's had the...
Yeah, I don't think that. But I mean, come on, he consulted somebody about the trademark.
Clearly,
thing.
right?
They would have talked about the Dick and Vito thing
If,
as well.
hypothetically, legal-wise, let's say you're charged in a criminal court of law, even if you're guilty as crap, the less you say, the better it is.
Yes. Yeah. Your lawyer, if they're smart, will tell you to shut up. It's definitely kind of the best policy.
So,
I'm sure you're familiar with those weed lawyer guys who are going around the internet.
I'm going to be honest. When you bring up the tweet from the ISOM Ministries, okay, they're probably telling him, Mr. July, I'll advise you, you don't have to do this. Their lawyers might be collecting tweets.
For sure.
Watch what you
they
say.
Definitely would be.
In case this does go further.
Yeah, but then he made a couple different videos where he was really just ragging on Vito and kind of implying hey, these guys brought this about. Again, he's kind of dancing around it, which is what Vito is talking about, and then saying that he's got the receipts. His lawyers have them. He's not going to present it now, but they'll make their way to the courts. I can't remember exactly how he said that, but it just kind of, I don't know. It just makes me wonder if Eric July would be saying all this information if he was actually looking at legally pursuing this. Looking at the one that he is actually legally entangled with, he's saying nothing about it. I think that kind of implies what's going to happen here. But I could definitely be reading way too much into this.
There's not enough to prove who Gnome is. Like, even if you look it up, it's like the guy's probably, it's a sock. No, it's probably a troll account. And he probably created it. And
I think it's more just their connection to this guy, and then him causing a lawsuit would be what he's thinking would be damages. But yeah, as we'll kind of get to in just a few moments, it's a rather hard and uphill battle that he would have to go through. There is a very small shot that he would even get a favorable judge to even hear it, providing he could actually bring this suit in. But the real lawyers, we'll talk about that in just a minute. Let's get back to Vito.
The fact that he's dancing around it is because there is no proof that we sent this email or orchestrated this email. This is all just a supposition from him.
His lawyer may have told him it may hurt his case if he does that.
For kids.
It's
okay. So once again, prior to this, you've said that you've had no interaction with the guy who runs comic books for kids.
That is correct.
Okay.
So we contacted that charity.
What's he mean by we?
Again, I think he's using it in the exact same way I'm using it, and that a fan sent us this email. And rather than, again, I think part of this was out of a desire to avoid getting fans involved. We
Doesn't
just figured
that
it was easier to
imply
say
that they were working on your behalf, though? When you say we contacted that charity, doesn't that imply that person was working on your behalf, or you accepted that work after the fact?
we accepted the email from them because we thought it was pertinent to the show. And rather than get into where we got the email or who got it or whatever, we just decided to say, yeah, we contacted them. Well, but at the end of the day, we did not contact the charity.
Bare minimum, isn't that taking credit for something somebody else did?
If Eric wants to say we falsely took credit for an email somebody else sent, that's fine. But
no, I'm not saying that's what Eric's saying. I'm asking you the question. Saying we contacted somebody in a podcast like this says you guys did this journalism and contacted them.
For the purpose of the podcast, we just wanted to keep it straightforward. So I guess rather than, and again, this was Dick speaking. I don't know exactly what it meant. I think it's pretty straightforward to say we contacted the charity. And in reality, we did not personally contact them. Somebody in this general sphere did. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe it was a stupid thing for Dick to say it that way. But I still look at it as the way of just saying, like, the general community who is interested in this topic reached out and got this email.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I have a ton more that's transformative for that other than just, I don't know, that is not how I interpreted that when he said it. But yeah, if he's talking about the general community, again, not the entire online community, just this one bit of the community of detractors, I don't know. That just seems very imprecise. I don't know how anyone would know who he's talking about. The whole "we" is supposed to be a shorthand, but I don't know. Even his explanation of it, it doesn't exactly clear things up as to who he's talking to. You'd then have to, or talking about, he would then have to explain it to anybody.
That muddies the water.
I'm not sure.
It really does.
Do you think it is who he was honestly meaning before? Or do you think that's a way of justifying it now? I don't know. Do you still see him as being
so from my knowledge,
particular instance
that I have, when they messaged the charity and when no messaged the charity, it was like 2 weeks apart, something like that. There was a different timetable, but they still used the material, so it's like it wasn't really coordinated. Like, there's a difference between, like, as I said, saying we as a show as we as a Twitter community.
I don't know. It just seems like it kind of condones the action, but perhaps that's my own hang up on it. If you're just to say,
I think
we
it
went ahead and reached out to
condones.
him.
I think it's more or less like, if you mean by condoning it, like, he's not denying it. He's the question.
Well, and he's saying like the first email was good, so reaching out to the comics place was good. It's just the second one. But I don't think you'd get to the second one, if he does the first one and you say, like, we're not accepting this, that might have stopped it there. Like, would he have gone and trolled? Or did it then empower him to think, okay, I've got the backing, I've done other bits for the show before, so would this empower me to then reach out and do another bit? I don't know. Like, I can definitely see both arguments. I'm coming down that, like, it's not necessarily your responsibility for your audience. If somebody is going to go to the extreme because you use their material, I don't know. I don't see how that would be your responsibility. And I think that's kind of where the law comes down on it too. However, it does seem scummy. I would not be encouraging people who watch us to email people that we talk about, but I haven't started every single broadcast with, hey, do not contact anyone that we've talked about, leave them alone. Like, I don't know, should that be your responsibility? It feels like it is kind of
I view this as
a gray area, if you will.
What I see here is I think I said this to Tony as well, who conveniently can't figure out how Discord works. But I say this as I said to him, he is squirming a lot because I wouldn't say this would happen, but let's say it goes to trial. You have Vito called as a witness potentially before. The thing is, like, if it's anything, it comes off as really bad PR. He goes, we as royal, we as me and Dick, we as in Twitter community. And to be fair, in a court of law, that would make you look as terrible as crap.
I think so. The good news is it probably will never get there. I don't think there's any reason to bring them into the actual trademark case.
And what I will say is this whole thing between Eric July and Vito, I don't think there's enough, because as a person who has dealt with trolls, good luck identifying a real account versus some sock that is set up just to be a pain.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can definitely.
And unless this sock account causes actual issues, or said person legally breaks a law, you cannot break into any of their systems or talk to any admins and get their passwords or IRL information they use. They will. And unless you have a good reason, no company gives you user information.
Yeah, it's really hard to find that sort of information, and I guess I like to keep it that way. I do like the whole internet,
because you get what I'm saying, right?
But
because he would have to sue, if anybody, he would have to sue Obtuse Gnome, and they're going to go,
have to figure out who that is. Like, you can't just serve a Twitter handle.
You can't serve an email.
You can serve an email, but like, you'd still have to. Fair enough. You'd still have to figure out who the person is. Like just some rando Twitter person. It's really, it would be tough. And then you'd actually have to show some sort of damages in this case, which, how do you prove any sort of damages? Like, so I believe the one that you could bring this up is tortious. I can't remember the exact which one it would be under, but there's almost a zero shot on this. You'd have to get like a preferable, like actual court, preferable judge. And then the uphill battle on this is so big, especially with, every single part of, I was looking at chat and kind of lost my train of thought there. But it just seems like there is zero shot that this would ever go to any sort of court. I just can't see any reason why. And that's why I'm just saying that I think this is a troll job on these trolls. I believe that's what Eric July is trying to do. And that's why he's talking about this particular portion of what everyone keeps calling a case. But it's just, I don't know. I think it's getting back at them, but perhaps that's me bringing my own bias into this. I just don't see him as actually pursuing any of this, actually giving the information to his lawyers, actually preparing a case on this, and then letting him say this much information, dropping everything on everyone. I just can't see the lawyers instructing him to do that, especially with how the actual like trademark thing is going. And he said literally like 2 sentences on it. So yeah, that's pretty much where my opinion is on it. But again, Vito's gonna kind of explain this in a way that I wasn't anticipating he was going.
So this is the final email that I got.
So we have a tweet where he uses this email, seemingly pointing to an example of we being in contact with the charity. And on video, it looks as if he does something similar. Remember, this is all a concern troll, and one can question if they care about this charity at all. They did down talk them as well.
Comic books
Is there
for
enough
kids.
backstory for comic books for kids?
Okay.
Yeah. And at first I thought maybe I shouldn't talk about this because I don't want to fuck up that guy's deal. The comic book charity guys.
Sure.
Yeah, but then I thought, fuck it.
Do you regret that laugh?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I don't even think that's the way.
No, just the laugh in general. Just I don't care that you laughed at it. Just
general laugh.
Yeah.
The way that I.
That's kind of I don't know. I would say mean question. Like, do you regret your laugh? Not laughing at that, just your particular laugh. I think he could have kind of gone into that a little bit more. It did seem like it was kind of a forced laugh. Perhaps it's not. I've definitely heard Vito laugh like that before, but I've definitely heard him laugh a little different than that. So I'm not sure, but I don't know. I think I would feel somewhat attacked if I was asked, like, do you regret laughing? Not at that particular thing, just your laugh. I don't know. If it were me, I definitely would not be playing as nicely after I was kind of given that question by these guys. But perhaps that's just me. I don't know. How did you take the whole "do you regret that laugh" question?
I think it just makes again. I file it as bad PR on Vito. I mean, the maniacal laugh makes you look crazy. It's kind of like I think about it like when I'm like I have my moments when I'm in a game and it has a community and I'm trying to yank someone's chain. I act outrageous, but then I realize I'm like, God, I sound like such a jackass if someone ever said anything.
Yeah, I know I would definitely cringe at a lot of, I don't know, my, what would you call it? Like unconscious reactions. I'm sure I've done a laugh that I would be very ashamed of, but I don't know, just seems like a interesting line of questions to go like, do you regret your laugh? Not what you laughed at, just your actual laugh. I don't know. Well, to me, that seems like it's like, hey, what the hell is this? Like, no,
it's a thing of it's
your
about
voice?
bad PR, right? Because it's
Fair
not
enough.
like.
But that's not what he's talking about. Because like, wouldn't the PR be laughing at that?
The
He's
whole
not saying
thing is
laughing at
weird.
that.
It's like, oh, but we get excuse to be psychopaths, and then does the laugh, and I'm just like, because if you say the laugh betrays, hypothetically, does the laugh, is it part of the act, or is it the body language that tells on yourself?
And he's gonna get into that kind of right here, but yeah, it just seems interesting. I I think there are some weird ways that they're kind of framing these questions, which does make it seem like a little bit more like an interrogation. And that's one of them to me that's like, that's a little weird. Like, again, I could see saying like, I don't know. Do you regret laughing at that moment? It makes you seem callous, but they're literally saying it's not at that moment, just your laugh. I don't know. To me, that seems a little weird. I don't know. I don't think if I was trying to find information out on a case, I would ask somebody if they, regret their mannerisms. I don't know. It seems a weird line of questioning to me, but maybe I'm, just going down that in my mind. I just know I would be put on edge if somebody asked me if I regret the way I laugh. I don't know.
Laugh. I enjoy my laugh. If you were a sick kid, would you rather have 5 Spider-Man comics or 1 copy of ISOM?
Yeah,
Does it matter though?
I think that's a false equivalency.
I think it absolutely matters. No, I think that you have a charity. Here's the thing, and here's what the email brought up. We asked the charity, we're like, how desperate are you guys for comic books? And they said,
so this seems to be Vito's real problem is the concept of a charity.
We accept new comic books as they come in, but what it really comes down to is we need money to ship these things and get them to hospitals. Well, we said, okay, good to know. People are saying in the chat that he donates the excess cash. I mean, if that's true, that's great, but I've never heard him say that. And that's the kind of transparency we were trying to get. We're like, tell us if you're collecting money for charity, you have to say like where the money is going. I think you owe that to your audience. Do you get a profit from this? How much of the proceeds actually make it to the charity? And like, those were the questions we were asking. And now people are saying, oh, you're trying to shut down charity. You hate charity. Yeah. No, honestly, we want the charity we were saying Eric should give the charity money.
Right.
Like,
TRS.
I don't know. That does seem interesting. I can kind of see both sides of the coin, like whether you'd want all charity to be essentially like transparent so that you can know exactly like what money is going to it. But at the same time, like, does any business really do that? They kind of mention, we have donated like X amount or anything, but do you know like what percentage that is of profits? What percentage? I don't know. It's interesting to me to kind of say what way a company has to donate, not just, okay, they're doing this thing. That's not how I would have done it. Oh, well. I don't know. I guess I've never looked at a charity thing that any company is doing and saying like, that's the least efficient way. You guys fail. Instead, it's like, okay, that's nice. They're trying to do something for a charity. I can understand both things. And if they did contact the guy and he's saying cash would be better, that might be a good thing. But I don't know. He's got extra comic books. I don't know that he necessarily has extra cash. And this is a way to recoup some costs to the artists, everybody involved in the book, the actual making of the book, since he has the books, and then the shipping of it as well. And I can understand where it might rub somebody wrong, but I can also see he's got this product. They want stuff to donate to it. They would accept this. I don't know. That doesn't seem like a bad thing to me.
See,
but
I would say, right, where, okay, I'm assuming with this charity it's like a charity sale of sorts, where if you buy a book, let's say he has excess copies lurking around. He allocated this much, or he can allocate for it. It offsets. Mm-hmm. He might not give all. It's like, okay, there's 2 ways to do it. You can donate the books that can be distributed to hospitals or things like comics are,
mm-hmm.
or you can go do the thing where a lot of places do this. So we take like, see, Destiny 2 and Bungie does this a lot. Like, if you buy this emblem or you donate to this, we give this much to charity, or we're going to donate this percentage to charity. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely one way that you could do it.
Because you do have to just, because I've seen that argument as well. Why doesn't he just take it and write it off? Because, those companies that act as charities can write it off or do that. There's rich people who donate to those things every year just to not have to pay taxes on stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it would also kind of be like, those like the food bank things. So it wouldn't be a direct analogy, but like the food bank barrels or whatever they have at like grocery stores. I'm sure you've seen them where, like you can donate canned goods or whatever. Now, you could just give money to the food bank. That would probably also help the food bank. But, you're in the store. You just bought product. You could just drop the can in there. I don't know. It seems like a similar notion with the comic books. I can understand what people are saying that, like, you're still charging money. You're not just donating a copy. Fair enough. Like, you can have some critique of it, but I don't know. It still seems like it's doing what they're saying it's doing.
Like,
it's getting an
do
actual
you
copy of the
remember
comic
during
to those
the
comic for kids.
do you remember during the pandemic when if you live in an area where, like, in some of my animals, I couldn't even still because I couldn't get like food for animals. Like, I have specialty animals. Like,
Ooh,
like how I try like
that'll
to
be
get
tough.
hedgehog. Like, let's try to like say there was a period you couldn't just buy a form of rat food for rats, or I had to buy 2 bags for my hedgehog. Like, she eats specialty diet.
That's awesome. You've got a hedgehog? I used to have a hedgehog. I love those
So,
things. They're so
like,
awesome. I didn't even know that
then
about
there's
you, man.
these people, right? When people couldn't get
Yeah, where
food
are you
in
gonna get the
shelters,
mealworms
were
for
having
it?
a hard time getting cat food in or such. You buy a bag of food and you put it with that food, and they give that food to a shelter.
Yeah. I definitely have seen those donations, and it's like, I'm sure the shelter could also just use the money. I don't know. I don't think that somebody saying that you could just donate money to the shelter would necessarily be wrong. I do understand that. However, it seems like it is another way that you could offer something. And then I understand the accusation that now
So,
these copies
hold
that
on a
are
sec,
being
Ray.
sold but are being donated are, somehow inflating the numbers
So,
for the
hold on a
sales of
second, Gray. We
ISOM.
have a third party who wants to say. So, what's the point we're missing on the charity? Would you like to?
I'm assuming it's going to be they also think that he's inflating his numbers by then including those, copies that are purchased
Let's
for
just see what
charity.
he says.
I could be wrong. That's kind of what I've been seeing as a. Yeah. So I do see you saying that, the issue is that Eric is still profiting off of the copies sold. I'm not sure about that. So he does have a certain cost per copy on everything. I'm not sure that that is 100% the case. So, yes, the ones that are for charity, he's charging half the price. So it's $35 for a regular one, or you could get a copy and get it sent to the charity cancer or comics for kids, and it would be $17.50. So essentially half the price. So you still have a product that had to be made. Like, you have the artists, you have the colorists, you have, every single person who's worked on that. You have the back end of his company, you have the warehouse, you have the actual printing of it. There's a lot more than just the actual cost of the paper that go into it. That is still half of what he's normally doing, but he actually has to ship a physical product to those guys. I don't think you're necessarily factoring in everything for this. You're saying that he's made profit off of it. Okay, that is a claim that I hear you saying. So tell us, how much profit is he making off of those 1750 books that he is sending to charity? I understand that claim. I just haven't seen anything to back it up. But that's fine. Let's keep moving on this.
Yes.
They do have a couple more interesting questions for him. And he kind of keeps going with that consistency that we were talking about very shortly.
He just said we. Vito, if you weren't involved, you wouldn't say
so the
we,
chat's
you would
calling
say
him out now
such
that
and
he
such
again
did
said we
this.
in his explanation.
Response.
I think I use the word we as just like the collective community.
You're
Somebody
using
within
it
that
as a
community
community.
colloquial
trash.
term, right? Meaning not
Yeah.
what it,
I think doxing is a very serious issue, right? You're dealing with
Yeah.
people's families. You're dealing with, families, friends, children.
Hey.
employees.
That's It's a very serious thing.
Shout out to people.
I just want to be clear. Like, what's your
kind of
stance on
feeling
doxing?
we
Earlier,
have a lot of
not even an
people
hour ago, we were
pop
talking about this guy. He sent this email. He said if you knew who he was, you'd have his email address, his phone number, his family, and all
not
that
that
out
many,
there.
right?
Right? Like, that sounds like doxing.
Bigger
right?
names.
It clearly is doxing. So, what's your
Well,
stance?
I'm not going to. No. That's not doxing. I'm not going to release it publicly. I'm not going to say, hey, everybody on the internet, here's where that guy lives. I'm saying if I had his information, it would be in the hands of Eric July's legal team.
About half and half with the
doxing is publicly releasing people's
lies.
information for the hopes of No, I'm not talking about publicly doxing anyone.
And
I'm talking about a legal matter where I would absolutely forward that information on to the necessary legal authorities.
So in a situation like this where a Twitter account is essentially doxing Eric July's, their personal information, warehouse information, people's personal information, you clearly don't agree with that.
Absolutely not. And
I mean, this was said in that video.
I'm an asshole for fun. I like it. If I can say I'm doing it for kids, it's just a socially acceptable way for me to act like a psychopath.
Yeah.
See, so this is a big opportunity for me to be cruel to people. I think this is also, it's really important that it's called motivation.
How expensive?
How do you think that looks?
I think it's funny. I think that's, look, if you know.
So there definitely is quite a bit of comedy that they're adding into that. I do believe that they are playing it up, and I think he's about to talk about that now. So I'm assuming that you don't think if you had a conversation with Vito, it would be exactly like the way that or Dick for that matter, exactly the way that they're portraying themselves on the show, right? Like you do think that they are a bit more of what would you say, like characters, but I do think we are seeing very accurate to Vito, but I think they're hyped up a little bit.
I believe it depends on the mindset, right? Because there's we see in ourselves, you deal with me when I'm not in debate brain or looking into stuff. I'm pretty chill as hell.
Oh, that's rare. You're usually ready to go with a debate thing, but I kid.
But I'm different when I'm not being so serious and whatever else.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
I think we definitely all.
I say the same.
I think the way that they were asking
if
questions
we
here, I would
talk
have gotten
to people, right?
Already.
If I go talk to somebody, and by the way, this is good for news bit for anybody who deals with someone online, because if you're used to dealing with someone who's really debate brained or plays a character, you can't believe they're always that way. Do I believe there's a human side to Vito and Dick? I do. I see it when they break character on Twitter. They do break character. But then you see it, they acting character, whether it's on the show or not. You just have to be able to spot it. I think they can be. And I think that's part of a problem when you're dealing with certain types of people. Whether it's Eric July, whether it's anybody. Is it a character or is it them? Because and that's my point, right? I do think Vito can sit down, have a pleasant conversation. I've seen interviews. He has a pleasant conversation. And if it's on his main show, clearly there's going to be comedy involved or what he thinks is comedy. Which they're going to be that sarcasm. Because I've seen on their show, they're doing that jokiness and then they break character. It's not like Dr. Disrespect. I'll say this and let you go.
Yeah.
It's not like Dr. Disrespect who plays an entire game or a stream as a Dr. Disrespect.
Fair enough. I guess I just assume with Dick, he's putting it on a little bit more. He seems like more of a character to me. But perhaps that is, just me interpreting it. I don't know these guys. It is just kind of like a parasocial thing at best. I've just watched them a bit. Mm-hmm. I feel like I know them a little bit. But I truly don't. It looks like the Geek Getaway is saying that he's much more better friends with Vito. So I would totally take his word over, Vito's normal demeanor. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're both a little hyped up on the show. We're not getting a one-for-one representation. I think they probably do play it up a bit for the audience, which fair enough. He kind of mentioned that with the the audience seemed to like the Eric July spat or banter, as he was calling it. So I don't know. I think there's definitely a bit of it that he's playing up to the audience, but I don't know. Where is that line with them? I guess he's gonna discuss a little bit of it right now.
I said earlier in
Dick Masterson.
Remember I said some of his audience
I hit play. Go ahead.
Some of his audience is likes the blood sports between the various communities. There's a lot of communities that like this interpersonal drama and blood sports. We kind of prefer more thinking and discussing it, even though we disagree. Like, I don't dislike. See, like, Vito's hardcore people who are his that like him going at Eric are the same as Eric's audience that likes seeing him destroy the opposition.
Yeah, for sure. And I would definitely say that as well. Eric is definitely playing it up for his audience as well. I do think if you had a conversation with him, it wouldn't be the same as the monetize your haters type conversations. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is the way that he conducts himself all the time. But I'm pretty sure, we're all a little bit hyped in this particular, platform or whatever. The audience definitely can have an effect on you. And again, you mentioned the debate brain thing. I think that also leads to a lot of the, I don't know if you'd call it like hyperbolicness, but, playing more of a character. A lot of times it's not here to have a real conversation.
Remember I told
you
the thing that Vincent told me? It was like when they were discussing the Hassan thing. It's like watching Mahler and Destiny debate over the thing, and they're both in like talking about the Hassan React meta. Both were in debate brain, and I'm just like, come on, dude, just have a normal conversation.
Fair enough. But I think Vito's going to kind of explain a little bit of the being a character thing.
And let's be real. There's Dick Masterson the man and Dick Masterson the character. Dick Masterson is a character on a podcast. Okay, he's playing it up. He's going, I'm a mean, spiteful asshole, and I fucking hate this guy. But again, we're keeping it 100% in balance. Talking shit about a guy's comic book is not outside the realm of good, what's acceptable.
Okay, you mentioned just a moment.
Yeah. And as far as I've looked into a lot of it. I don't see that normal people just giving negative reviews on it are the ones being attacked. It kind of seems like the thing that he's attacking here is he thinks that they instigated this guy to go and create real world damage. I don't know about that. I can definitely see the argument for that, but I just don't know how responsible you are for your fans. I think that, getting that first email and saying, we did this research, we have come to it could definitely encourage them. But at the same time, I just don't think that they instigated this. They made him do this. It does seem like it is a rogue person, but, I guess that's not up to me to decide.
Necessarily that Dick is playing this character. You also said that you play this character, right? You're a little more exaggerated version of yourself. Do you feel that let's go back to what we talked about early on. You said you never say things that you personally don't believe in. You don't play things up, right? But you just said Dick does that, talking about removing women's rights to vote and things like that. So just to be clear, you're saying you've never said things that you don't believe on your shows.
I'm saying that at my heart, I don't come in and give opinions that I don't personally believe. I will absolutely exaggerate those opinions for comedic effect. When I make a video and I say, my God, this Star Wars movie is the worst thing that ever happened and it's going to destroy the human race, whatever. Guys, we're playing it up. It's hyperbole. It's over the top. It's sarcasm. Okay, at the heart of it, we're comedians. We're trying to make a show that's funny. If it's just us sitting there quietly and going, yes, I agree, or absolutely. We're gonna get passionate. We're gonna say some crazy stuff. We're going to be over the top. We're going to be exaggerated versions of ourselves to try and keep the show exciting and whatever else. But I don't think we go into it to lie to people. I think, again, when Dick says something, and I don't know if Dick has said women should lose the right to vote. He probably has. But, I think people understand that as a joke in the context of the show. But I think our audience, we are very honest people. Or at least I feel like I am. And again, we don't take stances that we don't truly believe in. We truly believe that, I find it very weird to sell your comic book for $17.50 for charity. I just think that this idea.
So I definitely cut a bunch of times out of this, but yeah, he just keeps really sticking on that sell your comic book to charity.
That
for
is a
$17.50. It seems
talking
to be
point a lot of
moral sticking
detractors
point
or a
for
lot of
him.
people who dislike Eric use, Gray. That is a lot.
I
That is
think
a
it is
big
genuine though.
one.
Like, and I would urge everyone to look at this. It's the Side Scrollers podcast. I think it was from like a week ago, and it's on Rumble. But I would encourage you to look at it. There are some parts that I did clip out, but Vito does kind of go into it and why he has kind of this moral stance against this type of charity. I believe it's honest and genuine from him that he does not think that this is the way that it should be done. But I don't agree with him on his overall point that this isn't necessarily the way it should be done. I think it's a way that you could help out this charity. Just because it's not his personal style, I don't think it means that it's a horrible way to do it. But I can understand it, and it seems like it is coming from his own moral place.
Okay,
he just doesn't see this as a moral way to donate. But sorry, please go right ahead.
Okay, so people in chat, I'll make this argument. Let me just lay this argument out and see if you guys just want to pick your guys' brain, because I'm of a different comic person of a different generation. Okay, just say it's 100. What is it, like an 80-page or 100-page comic book?
96 and 110, I believe.
So right. So if a person with variant covers, it's very different than you guys would agree. First off, that's very different than a DC or Marvel monthly that's a lot smaller, right? That's about $5 or $6, correct?
Yeah, and Vito does kind of get into this. But sorry, I'll let you.
So I just want to see what they say, like this is just interaction wise. Because to me, that's different. Because the way Eric is marketing this is he's marketing the whole book. So you see, Gray, if you see what I'm saying. He's going graphic novel style versus smaller single issues, right?
For sure.
So that cost
I could see
clearly is going to be
arguments
more than what it would be if you were buying individual issues. Because one guy's like, why don't you do 80 pages and charge $10 for it? Which, I mean, I'll say this, because when I go buy a print run of comics, I like to buy the main issue of a series, the main issue, and I'll buy one or two variants, right? Those are different. That's
definitely why I wanted to have you on, because it's been a while since I've collected.
So you get what I'm saying,
it's
right,
definitely
Gray?
been decades
and if anyone's
since
in
I've done, like,
comics,
the
it goes,
yeah.
So if you buy one series, you want that main book that you will read. You're going to get I usually get a variant, which is like the 1 in 10 or 1 in 20, you know? And then I use the example of when they did the Dark Knight, the Master Race series. I bought a variant, the regular, and the hardback book that wasn't going to be released as a thing later on. So that cost might be more because the base book is $6. The variant might be a little more. So if someone's putting out a full graphic novel and it's an indie thing, I could see that being $20 or so. And that's a price that the person sets.
I could also see it being much lower quality than that to kind of make that price range. But, there's a lot of different things that could have been done. I don't know. It just seems weird to... Perhaps it's just me. I just don't think it's my place to tell somebody, here should have been your business model. You did this wrong, when it seems like they're succeeding at it. I don't know. I'm not saying that, like, you can't criticize. I just think it's... I don't know. It's a little strange to tell somebody
what I'm talking
you have failed.
about, right? Not to say, Because Craig, I'll ask you this: because were you familiar with the Dark Knight, the Master Race run that had the basic comic, and then it had the variant, and then it had the one that was a limited run that had the hardback that wasn't going to be released in the omnibus? And that book was like, so you're talking, and that got delayed as well. So it came, see, Gray, it came with a box that you could slot all the books in. And this is very different than the omnibus they released later on, right? Because this was limited run. But I could agree 35 might be higher, but that's the price point he set. Because I can look up quickly while we talk to see what Razor Fist is charging for his. And he's doing like
I know
novels.
a lot of the kind of, I was gonna say a lot of the indie ones are in that ballpark. Like I know I've seen like from like the high 20s to essentially up to 35. But I don't know, it's all different though. Like it's not exactly the same thing, and it's not exactly apples for apples here. But I can understand people not liking that price and then not buying it. Like that totally makes sense to me. That's probably the reason why I haven't bought it.
And I'm going to say this, though. You also have the
for me to just throw on one right now.
Sorry. Eric July is also going to have, that 5 that. So here's literally what he did. And if he does this for every issue, he's doing cover A regular, cover A, cover B, and cover C. Like that $100 like Chrome variant, which is like only 5,000 limited. He's paying for these up front.
Yeah, and also the I forget what the cards are called, like the Dokumon cards or whatever. That's really expensive printing apparently. Like when he kind of released the breakdown of what everything costs, apparently that was the biggest thing, was those cards, which probably has a lot to do with kind of like you were saying with the printing and just the backlog on that, and then how much the stock actually costs for those cards.
Because he's having to take,
I don't know.
That's the side merchandise, right? Because I saw what they looked like. Because you're now not just dealing with the comics, you're dealing with, you got to plan the printing of the comics. You got to make sure they're of quality. You're also making sure the Dokumon cards or whatever are that's a separate printing cost altogether. And they're not, I guarantee you, that's not cheap, Gray. Because
no, supposedly it was like the most expensive.
That's probably more expensive. That's probably more expensive than printing the comics.
Probably, and it's going to be a much more limited run than the actual comics. Like with the comics, you're at least going to have more people are going to want number one than they are going to want the cards themselves. So I don't know. It's definitely, I don't know how exactly you'd figure out your pre-order need for the cards. I guess you just have.
And see,
again, I'm not.
And hypothetically, let's throw this out because this is the other argument besides the cost. Okay, I've seen Razor Fist have the same thing when he wants to do his book, like a very, very rare variant, like the copy C cover, like Eric has. He wants everyone to be able to get a C copy that wants a C copy, okay? That's the limited run.
Which is kind of tough to predict.
And you don't know, right? They go, guys, pre-order this, so I need to know roughly how many I need to have. Because he ordered, not only did he take the risk of comics, this is when I say people what his business if you don't watch his videos or listen how he did this. He bought extra ones in case people wanted to buy back orders because he's not getting these reprinted. I don't think.
Yeah, and I think he kind of knew that there would be like that whole catch-up pack thing too, that once people get two, they might want one as well. It's interesting. I don't know if I don't know if I would go with that model. Again, it would be different printing costs, and you would be able to schedule it kind of on your own convenience. But I don't know. It seems like it's a huge gamble. Again, I don't know enough about the printing and everything to want to go on that gamble. But I don't know. It seems to have paid off.
It's
so far,
paid
I can
off
see that,
so
like,
far
many of them have.
because that's why
Yeah.
he has the extras. He also has extras in case any are damaged and he has to replace them. So
For sure. And I've definitely heard a lot of indies kind of struggling with that, especially if there's something kind of catastrophic that happens. I can't remember exactly which one, but I remember there was like the truck that was anyway, it was a good portion of theirs that were off. I don't remember all the details, so I probably shouldn't be spreading that around.
we don't know it
But
for
yeah,
sure.
there was a very
All as I
unfortunate.
say, right?
No, it wasn't like his stuff. It was a very unfortunate indie one that had a bad time with it. But I can't even remember the name of that now. So, but getting back to Vito, yeah, let's hear what he has to say. He's going to explain this a little bit more, but it seems like, it's a comedy show, so it's all good.
And look, I've talked to other comic book professionals, guys in this space, and they go, yeah, I'm also really uncomfortable with this, but I don't want to talk about it because, I can't cause waves in my own community. I'm not the only person who's a comic creator who's going, this is weird. This is not the best way to benefit charity. Why don't we just say, hey, 5% of our sales, we'll give it to charity, or something simple like that. Selling books for charity. When we asked the charity, we said, do we want more comics? And they said,
So if you notice when he said we asked the charity, he's doing it again.
I think he's doing that as
in
the
this
artist.
interview.
I think he's doing that as the Twitter community, because every time I've seen them do
They
that,
literally just had that conversation like 3 times, though, where he said, we asked. So you're right, but I think you'd want to be more specific. Like, instead of saying we, I think you'd want to say it was asked, or when they were contacted, they said. I just think you would try to avoid that we. But again, he does kind of realize it and kind of explain it, I believe.
yeah,
not really. What we really need is money. Well, at the end of the day, I'm going to side with what the charity said. They want more money. And if people want to benefit this charity, I think the best way to do it is to find a way to get them money, not donate them more comic books.
Did you ask the charity if they told him they had enough comics?
And see, I'm using we again, which is incorrect, and I shouldn't use we. Somebody asked the charity. See, you understand how, like, the colloquial, where I go, look, the community reached out. Somebody in the community reached out, and that's always the way it's been in my mind. It's not me personally. All I know is somebody contacted the charity, and they said, we don't need more comic books. Like, we have storage lockers full of them.
But there was this moment where.
So
Okay,
you live
so
vicariously.
now-
So here's the thing. So you live vicariously through your other medium and other users' opinions on Twitter
guess.
and other things. And I'm just going out on a limb here, because if I were dealing with somebody, I would not always use the term we. We did this, we did that. You need to kind of, like, me and Vincent work together. Me and you work together.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd be a little bit more precise, especially if you're going on a stream specifically to talk about your ties to a certain event. It seems like that's when you'd want to be precise.
And
but
it muddies the
I thought it
water.
would be interesting to hear from a lawyer on
So
this
I will say this
particular
for you,
issue.
Movan. The idea is that interview was not really good PR for him. Because I'm not saying he's guilty or
not.
Eric could. It just makes him look like he's just doing bad damage control. And bad damage control is just as bad as doing stuff sometimes.
For sure. And do look into those. There's basically been 3 videos so far. So Eric July's initial response to explaining the situation and kind of response to Dick and Vito, Vito's response to it, and then there was this Side Scrollers podcast that they happen to be talking about the Eric July Vito issue right as Vito was kind of getting online. So he saw that they were talking about it. He reached out to him. They brought him on right away. It was kind of an interesting thing. It wasn't like prearranged. He didn't even really know this show. He had seen them do like something on DSP before. But Yeah, so that it is an interesting interview because they're not necessarily friendly, and the chat was warning them not to bring Vito on. So, and they actually switched to Rumble specifically, I believe, to have him on. So, do check
And the
those out
funny
if you want to
thing
see
is,
more.
some
Those
of
were
those
just kind of some
people were
highlights from it.
on. Some of those people were actually on the what is it? The closeout stream as well.
Yes.
I'm just like,
yeah, and
wow.
you had sent me some parts of that closeout stream and another stream, and I just I wanted to kind of stick to the lawsuit for this, but yeah, we can then get into the weeds on some of the next ones, because as he mentions, there's a community here that seems to be very I don't know. Apparently they are and they do research. So
Now,
interesting.
Rakita Law, to my knowledge, is a trademark attorney. To my knowledge,
I don't know if he is. I know Uncivil Law is 100% specifically a trademark attorney, and that's why he had Uncivil Law on. I know that he knows the trademark law as well, and they get into it. I left the trademark thing for the very end, but I thought right now I wanted to get a lawyer's opinion on the use of we. And then I think he's going to give his opinion on kind of the whole case against Vito and Dick. So let's let Rakita take it away on the concept of we.
They're on the Biggest Problem show with Dick and Vito. Vito said, we contacted this charity that ISOM comics were being donated to and asked them about the donations.
Wow.
Right?
I love that kind of shit. Do you know where this donation money is coming from? Do you stand behind it? If I'm a charity, I'm like, I like donation money. It helps me with the cause. Well, I've actually seen charities reject money before because of this bullshit.
Of course.
And that's what I mean by it. It kind of seems like, one of those tactics to kind of get them to unassociate themselves with a possibly controversial figure. It does seem like it could be kind of a threat in a way, but not necessarily. Just it kind of seems like a warning about some possible unsavory characters that could cause the charity to not want to do business. That really could be weird. But again, it's not actually Vito reaching out to them. It's this other guy. They're just saying we.
Oh, man, so tired.
Now, my understanding is that Dick and Vito are not actually the people who contacted the charity. This audience member of the show seems to be the one who did.
No, it's always the audience members. It's always some third party who wants to stir shit. It's never the creators. It's usually not.
Usually not.
Usually some third
Sometimes
person
it is.
who's
Now, I know Dick fairly well, and it doesn't seem like something he would do. And I asked him, I was like, did you have anything to do with the fucking lawsuit, like with instigating it or contacting this organization that's suing? He says no. And for now, I take him at his word. If evidence comes up other than that, I have to maybe modify my opinion, but I'm not going to do it without evidence, of course, right? You give your friends the benefit of the doubt. So
that's pretty nice. So he does definitely have the history with Dick. So he is giving Dick the benefit of the doubt, but he does seem to be saying, if I see evidence, I will totally reassess. That seems honest. But what's his thoughts
Vito,
on Vito?
I don't know that well. And I've seen Vito do some bullshit. So I'm not letting Vito off the hook in the same way. I like, he doesn't have that credibility built up with me. Actually, he has negative credibility. He used the term we on the Biggest Problem. My understanding is that it's not actually we. An audience member sent the emails, and it looks like they sent the email chain into the Biggest Problem, and then Vito brought it up. But I don't know that that's true. I'm just saying that's what I have kind of gathered as to how this has happened so far. Eric is taking the position, and
yeah, so I don't know. It seems like he has kind of an honest view of Vito, in my opinion. He just doesn't quite trust him, and that's kind of where I come down on it. Like, I see him as kind of a mixed bag. Like, he's done some really good trolling, and then it seems like he's done some trolling that just seems egregious to me. Specifically, kind of the Rumble one, where it seemed like he was trying to get Rumble possibly deplatformed for having Fuentes on there. If you do want to see it, Rakita had, I think it was Adam and Sitch and Vito on to all kind of have a weird debate about it. It was a very interesting, I don't know, episode to say the least. Do check that out. But yeah, it doesn't seem like Rakita is holding any water for Vito. seems like he is definitely weary of him, and that's the impression that I got
He
from
has
that
the
previous
attitude I
incident
have.
that was a few weeks ago.
He has that attitude I have of Vito.
It definitely seems like it.
Know.
He doesn't trust him.
It's that time of when somebody comes at me. I call it with a shiesty attitude because even as I said before, right, there's a guy that I work with other network of YouTubers or I watch them. He'll have them on. I'll watch one guy's, but I don't. The other people's communities are sometimes too weird. Like he's just like, I would rather watch one person's.
I don't fault him for taking this position. I think it's actually.
Sorry.
So I say that right.
When I switched headphones.
With someone like Vito, he might be a good person. Honest to God,
he might
good
be.
person. But the way he comes off, he's hard to read.
Sure.
I can't wholeheartedly condemn him, except for when he says dumb stuff, and we can't bring that up on YouTube. But I'm going.
There's a few things I condemn him for, but in this particular case, I'm not sure.
You don't answer it like someone's never schooled him in PR, so he's been his own PR.
For sure. That would definitely be one thing that he could do. The we thing alone, I think, he could have answered that a lot better. But yeah, let's hear a little bit more of Rikita's thoughts on Vito.
And the stuff around it, the right position to take. Eric is taking the position that Vito's usage of the word we implicates at least Vito and the shows and Dick, I guess, in this thing. I think that is a reasonable position to take, even though I think it may end up being factually incorrect.
Seems reasonable.
But he wouldn't have any reason to know that and no reason to trust them. So I don't hold any problem with him taking that position. So that being said, that is where all of this has propagated. There's a lot of shit talking going on for the past month between all the parties. Now it's a lawsuit. Now it's serious. This is something I don't want to see anybody have to go through because trademark suits they're not always expensive, but they're not always cheap either.
I'm
curious. Briefly address the idea that's being bandied about a lawsuit against Dick and Vito. First of all, if you were to provide a lot more evidence that Dick and Vito are actually behind these emails, we'll accept for the sake of argument that's true. A lawsuit on this case would be fucking disastrous.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's mincing words here. So I know the Geek Getaway was saying in chat earlier, like there's no shot that you'd have on this. I do believe he is correct. And, Rikita is basically saying that as well. There is always the off chance that you get like the perfect judge in the perfect venue. So there's almost like there's almost never a 0% chance. But I think he's being brutally honest here that like it doesn't seem like July has a case. There's just nothing illegal about encouraging somebody else to go do illegal action. I don't know. It does seem like it's over the line morally for me. But then you get to the legal thing. It just doesn't seem like, there's much ground to stand on to actually go after them. But I'll let him actually explain with the actual, legal ease.
And I know saying this is going to be criticized heavily. Like I already know. But let's talk about a couple realities. Eric is in Texas. Dick is in California. So is Vito. Vito is the size of California. So I can't really say in it. He's on it. Vito's on California, Dick's in California, Eric and Rippaverse in Texas. Right, so you got 4 jurisdictional options, basically. Texas State Court, Texas Federal Court, California State Court, California Federal Court. Texas State Court and California State Court both have very strong anti-slap provisions. California, notoriously robust. Texas, absolutely punishing. If Eric were to bring those cases in either state court jurisdiction, he is looking at anti-slap, and it will be difficult because he's almost undoubtedly a public figure in this thing. He's running a crowdfunding campaign that has made fucking close to $6 million on these 2 books. You cannot say he's not at least a limited purpose public figure in this instance. So that means that he would have to prove actual malice. He would have to prove that Dick and Vito lied about him in some way. and knew it was a lie and chose to ignore their knowledge. Let's ignore the fact that I don't.
As I said, you would have to have the
he's
biggest
sued for.
smoking gun that Dick and Vito both knew Obtuse Gnome was doing something. You can't just have a suspicion.
But even then, but just knowing that, like, they're sending this letter, again, the letter isn't necessarily illegal. Like, they would have to be doing something malicious. Like, it goes beyond what is available now. Now, Eric does say that he has a whole bunch of receipts and he's not releasing them yet. So maybe he does have something. But out of everything that we see that's been presented,
hypothetically,
it just doesn't seem like it goes to an actual...
He would have to have... This is why I say for people, if they drop off by this point, this is a very complicated matter. You're talking about Vito, if this is true, could be... He'll be done as a YouTube channel or something. Because if somehow Eric got a hold of an email, hypothetically, that said from Dick or from Vito, Obtuse Gnome, please use our name and go to this charity and go to the ISOM church. That's like the smoking gun, right? You can't
sort of
hold. That's like that would pretty much damn whatever defense they have and open a floodgates, or you would have to find a hypothetical connection that they signed off on it.
Yeah. So I think you'd actually need more than that. And I think Rakita's about to explain it now. If not, then it's in another clip that I believe I have a little bit later. But you're right. Like, that would prove that they're involved with this. But again, this isn't necessarily an illegal act to try and get one company to act on their trademark against another company. It's strange, and it seems over the line, like, morally, but there's not actually like a crime committed to that. And I think he's going to explain that here. But you're right. Like, that would be the smoking gun to prove that, like, they knew this, they encouraged it, which there doesn't seem to be right now.
It would open the door
then, you'd
for
have to take
further action, and it would open up
for sure. It would open the door
to just basically.
But that would not be quite enough.
Because remember what I said. Obtuse Gnome is a random troll on the internet, regardless of what he did. Because hypothetically, right? Unless you're an egregious murderer or you do a shooting or something to that degree, the FBI needs into Twitter. Twitter doesn't have to give the Facebook or Twitter does not have to give access to the messages or the accounts.
For sure. And generally, I do believe side on they don't, which makes sense. But even then, like, there would still have to be more of a crime.
You would have to.
He's going to explain it better than I'm doing it.
Okay, a famous case, kind of this. Do you not similar to this? Do you remember? I think it was the Orlando nightclub shooting where the Muslim man shot up the.
I do.
Do you remember the
Don't see the similarities,
but
I do remember it.
I think it was that one, and there was another case in Aspen, or was it in Colorado? They had the jailbreak,
the movie theater thing.
I think they had. But in the famous case in the Orlando club shooting, sorry, people, it's a weird analogy. Apple would not open up the iPhone no matter what the government did.
Yeah,
because they had to, like, even though the guy legit did a crime.
Yeah, and there's been a few cases like that. I do believe Apple is at a pretty pro-privacy stance, which has been pretty cool. I could understand people wanting to, get into that, possibly stop another event or something. I don't know.
Because I bring that up,
see
like,
that as being
you would have to prove to Google that Obtuse Gnome or whatever site they're using the man broke the law or whatever they are.
Yeah. So you need something beyond this to even get to that, to then get them to allow you access to then be able to bring that person to, some sort of justice. So yeah, it just seems like it's such an uphill battle, but it's even more uphill than that. And Rakita's about to explain why.
I don't know what he sues for in the first place. And again, I want to be very clear. I'm going to say this probably more. I've not seen Eric talking about suing anyone. I've seen his followers talking about it. So this is not to Eric. Eric has a team of attorneys. He doesn't need my advice. He's never asked me for my advice. If he did, I would, of course, say, hey, brother, I'll talk to you about whatever. I'm not your lawyer, though. I know you got lawyers. You should verify anything I say with them, and they're the people you should listen to because you're paying them. But if he wanted my opinion on anything, I'd give it to him. Again, I like Eric July. Dude's a fucking inspiration. Very nice, very gentlemanly dude, and very much enjoyed hanging out with him. That being said, I'm not sure what you'd sue for in this case, but let's say you could come up with something. You run into anti-slap issues because all this is predicated on speech. Inducing a lawsuit is not a tort. It is not an injury. Courts have long held that in almost every case, invoking legal rights through a lawsuit is highly, highly protected. And the idea that it is done in some sort of nefarious way is, they're very skeptical of that accusation. I don't think you got anything like that here, even if you could show that they sent the email, because they can't induce this company to sue. And that email certainly doesn't. That company got that email, looked at it, talked to their lawyer and them worked out the proposition to sue. That's it. That's what happened. And I think that was a really stupid move by the company.
To say, and I feel like obviously Rakita said it more eloquently, even though he'd been drinking, and I am sober right now. Yeah, just the way that he kind of explained that is just, you are encouraged to bring any sort of lawsuit to the court. You should be able to have a legal recourse for anything. So encouraging somebody to actually file a suit isn't a crime. Like, there still needs to be a crime. So I don't know. This guy definitely seems like a troll, and it seems like he has crossed some moral line. But legally, there still has to be some sort of crime or something. There has to be some reason to sue. Yeah, I don't see it here. And that's why I'm thinking that Eric July is just trying to make Dick and Vito sweat on this, just trying to make their lives a little bit more miserable. Again, I'm reading into this too much. I don't know. He says
he could honestly.
He says
have
he's got receipts, so he might.
Maybe not that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, like, hypothetically, because take into account all those accounts that got struck for attacking, defaming Eric July on Twitter. The man's a saint for putting up with what he put up with for months. And then, and for anyone who says this isn't simping,
kind of invites it.
This is like,
don't get me wrong.
He invited it.
I'm not saying he deserves it.
It's like,
yeah,
I guess it's like you finally pull a trigger when people are posting 30 pages of your comic online. Like,
yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there were some people who did less, but I think the guy who did like 3 pages also was the one doxing the warehouse. So I don't know.
Okay, like
there's possibly one person who is reinstated from those DMCA claims.
I don't know why, like, take into account like why Riley was like Vicky Verse came back. She's kind of like changed her tune a little bit, but it's like, but it wasn't all DMCAs. A lot of it was harassment. No. A lot of it was breaking terms. And to be clear, you could probably be suspended from X or Twitter for breathing the wrong way, even as we stand now.
It's true. There is a lot of leeway. But yeah, I know I've seen a few bands on that platform that didn't seem like they were quite up to snuff, if you will. But let's let Rakita finish the explanation on this, and then I think we're moving on to a slightly different aspect of it.
by the lawyer as well. But they did. But even if you like, hey, you should sue these people, that's not illegal to do at all. Encouraging someone to exercise their right to petition their government for redress of grievances is certainly not illegal. Again, this is a rule of the internet that was broken, not a rule of law. But let's say you could find something running into those anti-slaps in both state courts. Now, there's federal court in California, which will apply the California anti-slap. The Ninth Circuit applies the California anti-slap. So you're running into the same problem. The Fifth Circuit, however, the Texas one, does not. So in theory, Eric could sue in federal court in Texas because Vito and Dick are in LA. Eric and the Rippaverse are in Texas. You have diversity jurisdiction. You could presume he would argue more than $75,000 of damages. I don't know how he'd show it, but that's what he would argue. And so you've got that subject matter jurisdiction for a federal case in Texas, which does not apply the Texas anti-slap in the federal courts. You learn.
So there's like one possibility of a somewhat favorable court out of the 4 possibilities here. I don't know. That doesn't seem like great odds, and that's on top of actually having to come up with more information than is known publicly. Eric is saying that he has that, so maybe that is all on the up and up. But again, like he's mentioning, like you'd have to show that it's over 75 grand in damages. I don't know how exactly you'd show that, but because I don't think just lawyers' fees would count as that. I think it would have to be actual damages. So yeah, it seems like there's quite a few hills to climb to even get to this unbeatable task. It just doesn't seem like there's much of a case here unless he's holding back, something major that he's just not letting us know about, which could be the case. He is saying he has receipts with his lawyers. But yeah, I think Rakita will go on and kind of explain the last hurdle
That's
here.
from your boy Zach's case, if you remember. You've got another hitch, though. A big hitch here is how do you bring Dick and Vito into Texas courts under their jurisdiction? The court has to have a reason to have jurisdiction over Dick and Vito. I don't see any substantial ties to Texas, certainly not related to this instance where a Texas federal court would say, yeah, they need to show up there. Most likely venue would be in California because that's where they are. So I just want to suggest that 3 out of 4 options have an anti-slap is very, very fucking dangerous for Eric July. The 4th out of 4 option would be a very difficult jurisdictional argument. It'd be the only good option to avoid the anti-slap, be a really hard jurisdictional argument, and you're talking about adding a year of fight to the lawsuit. I hope this does not devolve into another lawsuit. In fact, the main reason I hope so is because I hope Dick and Vito aren't actually involved. I know a lot of people think they are, and you may be right. I don't know. I only have my read of the evidence. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything because I'm not interested in that. The question is the analysis. I think a lawsuit here is a bad move to try and pin Dick and Vito down. But I'm not Eric July, and I'm not giving him advice. He didn't ask for it, and I'm not his lawyer. So they may have some other stuff. And I know Eric has said that there's receipts that have not been revealed yet because they're saving them for court. Excellent. Fantastic. I can't wait to see them. I'm curious what they are. And again, I'd be very interested to see what legal theory they're going to try if they are going to bring up a lawsuit. But I have not seen, for the 5 millionth time, I've not seen Eric July state that they're suing anyone at this point. So I want to be very, very clear. I'm addressing fan rumors at this point.
Yeah, so that is kind of all that this is. The only information that we're kind of getting from Eric July is that he thinks that Dick and Vito are the ones behind this, but he's not specifically mentioning like any sort of lawsuit towards them. This is kind of his second video that he made. I think this would have been about a week ago, and I'm just using one little clip out of here, and it's just kind of the way that he's addressing the actual case that has been filed, the trademark one, and then how he's actually addressing Dick and Vito in this.
Let my lawyers do what it is they do with the lawsuits. The reason why I have not talked down, said anything negative about the other people that are involved in this, we are going to handle that. We're going to communicate that. We already are communicating that. There will be a resolution, and we hope.
So it sounds like that's the ISOM Ministries. He has his lawyers dealing with them, so he's not talking about that at all. But then he goes back to Dick and Vito.
That this is handled amicably. Well, both parties want that, and let us do that. Let my lawyer team work, and I will give you guys an update. as far as these other cats, I'll deal with that. We'll get this resolved. I'm gonna keep doing what I gotta do with the business, and then I'm gonna handle that. I'm gonna handle that bit one thing at a time. I'm gonna handle that bit after, and we'll see what happens. But I appreciate each and every one of you, all the guys that are customers of the Rippaverse. You guys are the absolute best. You guys are the absolute best. You're rocking with me, and we appreciate you. My team appreciates you, and ISOM too. We are not going to sit up here and just ignore or act like that ain't happening. We're gonna have a fun closeout stream.
And they did. I was going to include some of that closeout stream, but it just got into different drama. It was nothing to do with the lawsuit or anything, so it won't be included in this particular one. But if you do want to have a fun party stream, definitely check out Eric July's ISOM 2 closeout stream. There is some fun chat going on in there as well.
A little bit, yes.
So,
Sorry.
yeah, just a few things got started in there.
Oh, certainly.
But so now I brought in friends of the channel, the Fandom Initiative. They decided to talk about this, but they talked about one particular aspect of it. So they actually are talking about the trademark case, and there happened to be a thread on Reddit. So I figured instead of finding it myself, let's let Dane read it to all of us.
Do somewhat informed speculation. So we have a guy who posted in the Rippaverse subreddit who is, claims to be, and it seems like based on what he said, in the legal field. And
so okay, you'll see the letter in a second, but there's nothing that kind of confirms that other than it appears that he has some legalese in there. But let's go right ahead.
Is this Gray? Is this as good as the
that or something?
Is this as good as the Twitter attorneys that you don't know that are attorneys?
So it could be. This is a Reddit attorney or Reddit legal person, but they kind of introduce themselves and kind of say their pedigree. But yes, I would say it's kind of on par with that. Okay. So then we'll have an actual copyright lawyer kind of explain his take on it right after that. So perhaps they're the same, perhaps they're a little different.
Do you guys want to look at that, or should we just... Yeah, I hate to do this, but I had to create an account just to address all this. Since I'm someone involved in law due to privacy concerns, this is not me giving any legal advice or advising.
Someone involved.
I'm simply giving my informed opinion. To clear up a few things in regards to the trademarks, ISOM, the school, has an entire website with the name in isom.org. The simple fact that in regards to who they are needing to be stated here already proves that there is a conflict in brand. But it gets worse for Eric in this regard. They are pursuing this trademark to possibly prevent a handful of things. I will listen below. So, yeah.
So this guy does mention a few things, and we're going to go through those. But really do check out that Rakita and Uncivil Law stream. They really do break down the entire charge that is going against Eric July. Really, the whole trademark the suit that has been filed. They go through every part of it and kind of break it down, and then give their opinion afterwards. I would highly recommend checking out that full video for kind of more of a lawyer's opinion on it than this. But this guy is somewhat associated with the legal field in some capacity. So let's see what this informed opinion has.
Up until I read this, I didn't think they really had much of a case because I'm not a fucking lawyer and I'm just kind of like an idiot who
a lot of people involved with law say that this is mostly correct. It might be different because of state laws, but from a general standpoint, that this post seems to be mostly correct.
So trademark expansion. Right now, it seems Eric does not hold the trademark for ISOM in Texas, which is fucking bonkers to me. So he has not trademarked ISOM in the state he lives in and operates. So speculating here.
Yeah, and that's a little unclear. I've seen a couple streams that kind of went over that. It does seem that at one point it was revoked for it wasn't tax delinquency. I can't remember exactly what the phrase is.
Well,
but then it does seem like at some point it was reinstated. So I'm not the trademark lawyer. I'm not gonna tell you
I don't think
it's 100%.
That,
but I do see a date where it says that it was reinstated.
Okay, so
I believe it is.
Geek Gateway was talking about the LLC.
he was one of them. There was another one as well that was specifically talking about the trademark.
What you can do in Texas, though, and I wish if Geek Gateway's still here and he knows business, depending on the county you're in, I'm not going to say what county Eric's in because I know it. They all have a threshold that you need to make for like taxes to a degree, for county taxes, then file for state. You can go make an LLC, right? Like, let's say there's taxes owed or lapsed. That can occur because with my business, it happened unintentionally, and it's just a simple mix-up. Now, he could have left that to get dissolved and then folded it into something else, because I do know of people who run businesses. They just run them out of LLC, and then it's depending in the county you're in. You can comfortably pocket stuff, and then you can change it. You know what I mean? And unless you're,
that makes a lot of sense, and that's why I wasn't like completely sure on this, because there is like a reinstated date on there as well. So I don't know. I'm just not positive. So I would definitely like to get more of like
so as a person
to say about it.
These people who have never dealt with Texas business associations, kind of what you deal with, it's like once a month or so, you fill out a form. Do you do X business? Have you done this right off?
You
there?
Sorry, I muted myself, and then I was responding to you. That makes sense. Yeah. And that's kind of why I didn't want to say like I officially know, that he does have the trademark. But that's kind of what I've been seeing with people trying to say, here is the definitive answers to whether or not he owns the trademark. It still seems a little murky to me. I would want to see more of like, I don't know, a legal mind kind of explain it, because the few streams that I watched that tried to define that, I'm still not 100% convinced that either the LLC was completely dissolved or anything, because there is the reinstatement. And then same thing with the trademark. It seems to be, covering it. But again, I'm no trademark attorney. So
I would say
educated
guess. Hypothetically, you're making T-shirts, hats, all of this mess, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're definitely have trademarks on that.
Yeah, it seems like you'd definitely want to if you're doing a multi-million-dollar company.
If you're doing, even if it's not ISOM's image, right? Because even like Geek Gateway brought it up, what? Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, those are all copyrighted, right? DC Comics is copyrighted. So if you make any merch with them or anything with a close enough likeness, because like I asked this has to deal with trademarks. So I asked this of Tony. And this is if some people may get it, but I'll explain it. Games Workshop in Warhammer. Now, right?
Yeah.
It's no secret I watch Arch. Arch used to be called Arch Warhammer. He got apparently GW tried to strike his name and say you can't use Warhammer. Okay. First off, that's a little weird, right? And I use this example with it. This is the company that tried to copyright Paladrons. Pauldrons, I mean. Pauldrons, right?
It seems like they've definitely been
the term
a little. I've definitely heard the term, but I definitely have heard some of their, I don't know, legal. I don't know if you'd call it like attacks, but they definitely seem to be on the offensive for holding their.
But I mean, Arch chose to just drop it because it would have been too costly or not worth his time. But I stated with Tony, right, he can have a civil conversation, surprisingly, until he chooses not to. But I go, do you think that I read something? They don't own Space Marines. They don't own certain stuff. Now, what they own in their trademark is if you print a miniature or use an iconography, similar. Because, as I said, you have to copy, if you're going to copy strike someone or go after a name that uses Arch Warhammer, and he's a Warhammer channel, you would have to go after every Warhammer channel on YouTube for using Chapter Master or using another term.
Yeah, it
right?
seems like it definitely kind of comes with
because
the
that's
fandom.
in universe.
Yeah.
So I use this as an example, but if you use anything, like when you see 3D printing of a model, right? And this is for people who are curious, they have to alter those models to not use any iconography of in-universe, or else they can have their product claimed, etc., even if you're selling it on Etsy.
Yeah, when you get to some of the trademark laws, I don't know. I feel like there definitely could be a better way on some of these, which is why I would definitely consult an attorney.
Because does that make sense, Greg? Because let's say you 3D print a
it does, but it doesn't. Like at the same time, like I would hate
so
that.
Let's say I wanted to start a side business of 3D printing Space Marines, which some people do this, or they 3D print parts.
Mm-hmm.
So if you use an
Definitely seen that.
iconography that they own, they can seize it.
Yeah, I mean, like it kind of makes sense. I've definitely seen that, like in the music world and stuff, where people are definitely getting in on your merch, but it seems a little different when it comes to stuff like that, where you're like making a new thing.
Or if something is so similar, they can go to a judge, and that judge can side and go, "Oh, that's similar."
Yeah, and it's a little murky for me, which is why I'd want to consult a professional, which is, I guess, what these guys are trying to do with their Reddit lawyer. But let's hear what they got for. I think part 1 is the trademark. I think that's where we're at.
Does not. Again, this is speculation. Okay, well, there's that. If he wanted to trademark ISOM in Texas, then this would cause massive problems for ISOM, the school. This means if he wanted to, he could dispute their website as a conflict of interest and challenge their trademark in the state of Texas. So they are preemptively attempting to handle this by interjecting first to protect their trademark. And it makes.
And that's where some of the trademark stuff I don't quite understand, but you need to be proactive to prevent others from having a claim to it, even if you've got the trademark. That's the kind of stuff that I don't necessarily like, that I think could be kind of reformed, but I guess I kind of understand it. There was a weird case recently with Taco Tuesday, specifically. If you want to look into it, it just gets weird when slogans get trademarked and stuff. But yeah, kind of moving on. I think he's about to go to the Google search, which seems like that could actually be kind of a thing. I know I've seen a bunch of people searching ISOM. It seems to bring up some of the mixed results, whether it's going to be the comic or a different company of ISOM, but there could be some confusion with Google searching.
So Google search, and this is a big one. If someone is looking up ISOM, there's a chance that they are affected by his character's name and the comic books. Even if the goods are completely different, with AI and search engines, this could still present a massive problem for their searchability and customers. And we did a test yesterday, and yeah, it's all like you just search for ISOM, it's going to be basically every other one. They alternate. They're all confused in there, and I can see that being something that would be a problem. They want to make sure the trademark is getting direct to consumer
Ministry
feed.
suddenly jumped to the damn top in the Google search,
which is why they paid for it.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuting myself and instead I hit play. That is correct. Yeah, when I know I was checking it about a week ago, ISOM Ministries was way down the list. They were
but
not
it
number
shot
one, but
way the hell
it
up.
Really
to
has.
one.
It really has. Now it seems to be back and forth as to which ISOM you're going to get.
So and
but
then you'll go
prior to
down.
that, it was a bunch of different
Oh,
companies,
and I also see the other
including
ISOM
government
trademarks
organizations.
there too, Gray.
Yeah, exactly. So Google might not be as big of an issue as this guy is making it seem, but
Bing is another one.
definitely there is some. Yeah, exactly. But there is some confusion for sure. This guy is not making that part up. Now, when you Google it, it does seem to be bringing up both of them, and it does kind of vary which one is going to show you first. But I think you can figure out which one's a charity and which one's a comic book. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm giving you too much credit, but yeah, let's let him keep going with the Google.
And hold the trademark. A scenario example: if trademark holder A is a business for charity and looks for X amount of internet engagement, they will value that trademark. If person B is illegally using that trademark name to sell things, then that may not be something they want to be associated with. So yeah, they might, being a church related religious organization, they might not want to associate with a guy who, at first glance, I mean, the superhero's got a dick crucifix. So maybe but then you look at the things that Eric July says, and then some of them.
Sorry,
I mean, that's
me
one
laugh
way to
every
put that.
time.
Yeah. I mean, you could call it a dick crucifix if you really must, but I don't know. I do believe there are slight inconsistencies with that description of it, but he has a way with words.
Can we be mean and say, why is it your natural affinity to gravitate to the guy's crotch?
You stick with what you know.
Like you don't want to associate with them.
Dane, did you?
So then we go to merchandise. This is where things get dicey for Eric. He has ISOM merchandise. This could be a problem. If you can argue that the comics aren't a direct link to the ministry, the merchandise certainly is. ISOM trademark holders have a merch shop with.
And this is where the guy who did this post is looking a little trollish as well, because when he's talking about Eric's merch, he's actually putting ISOM's merch shop in there as well. So I don't know. There's some questions as to the validity of this post.
You don't want to probably minimize it, but if you bring up both aside, one looks like ISOM and the other one is like IS, a bigger ISOM, like in Gothic letters. It's clear difference, night and day.
And we're going to have the merchandise show up in just 1 second. They do click on it. But yeah, we're almost done with this part of it. And then we'll get on to the good legal opinion and we'll be out of here.
ISOM merch. As we all know, so does Eric. He offers ISOM merch as part of his campaigns. Here's the shop. That's their shop, the ministry.
Which is, I think they did that on purpose to show how confusing that is, honestly. But
yeah, probably.
I don't think it's that
they
confusing.
also sell Blu-rays and DVDs, meaning that if Eric ever wanted to do that, which he does, he obviously his idea would be, ideally would be able to sell this to some company that would, or license it so that they make animated stuff or movies or whatever. That's never going to happen because it's fucking dog shit content, but nonetheless.
So he's not currently selling the animation, but he does already have animations for ISOM and a lot of the artwork and stuff. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's that he would never be able to sell a Blu-ray or anything like that. Again, the actual lawyers will get into it in a second, but yeah, I don't know that that's as big of a deal as they're making it seem.
Either that or Eric was incredibly really stupid.
Yeah, I'm gonna bank that's
I'm
not
not
gonna
issue, go. I am literally gonna give Eric the benefit of the doubt. A man who spent all the money he spent to this day.
Yeah, I don't think he just wants to throw that away.
Did not. Let's say hypothetically, he did not trademark something.
Yeah, I think that's he's got a lot of good legal advice and team on his side. I think he's probably got that all handled.
Really hope
I could be wrong.
I would really hope you dotted your T's and dotted your I's.
One would hope
and
so.
Crossed your T's, because especially when you're dealing with imagery,
Yeah.
You don't want someone go, oh, I'm going to make an ISOM t-shirt.
Well, spoiler, I am trying to end this on a positive note. So I think we'll get some good information coming up pretty soon. But I think we got brand confusion.
Yeah, I
and
gather that they
done with
probably
the
have a lot
initiative.
of business in that state, and they wouldn't want that. And I bet they would, or bet they do have a lot of business in Texas. So then the brand confusion thing, and this is where it starts to like kind of paint a picture of what it might look like if it plays out in court. Brand confusion. There's this is the one that so many people have completely wrong in the sub and over on the Bird X app. Something doesn't have to be identical in nature to be considered brand confusion. And I thought that was, I mean, I didn't think identical, but I thought they had to be somewhat kind of in the same ballpark, right? Like to be, but apparently not.
Not really.
Here's a few examples. Amazon versus.
You know, like I think the classic one that everyone brings up is World Wildlife Fund and World Wrestling Federation. You know, they were similar names, but like, do they have much crossover? Are you really gonna think that the one with the little panda on it is for wrestling? Like, I don't know. But supposedly there was more to that case. It wasn't just that. It was something about Federation actually requiring some sort of testing. I haven't looked into every aspect or facet of that case.
According to Tony, right? I brought that up with him because it's similar. He said that because there was an agreement. Now that could be.
I'm not 100% certain.
If they were going,
I know that.
I also remember.
I happened to be doing something for World Wildlife Fund at the time, and I know that they were just like championing it. It was all throughout their company that like, yes, we won this. So like. I don't know. Somebody was definitely
And
pushing
then there's
for
also the thing
brand
of,
similarity.
There's a rumor if it was Federation, they would consider them a sports league. But then there's also that thing.
I've heard that too. I'm just not so sure about that.
I think the overarching thing is why they changed it was WWE made more sense because they were trying to rebrand themselves.
Yeah.
So something that's entirely be remarkable, which, and I have to do some I really should brush myself up because I kind of remember when it happened, but it's like, because if you're doing a streaming service, if you were going to go into a streaming service, multiple shows with a brand new brand, you don't want to be called mixed with the World Wildlife Fund. You want to be called World Wrestling Entertainment. But then there's a bunch of other weird ones. Like he brought up something.
For sure. And they're going to go through a couple like the Amazon ones and Apple. It's a little different, but let's let them finish up on that, and then we'll have like a real lawyer
Amazon
come
Cosmetics. Yeah. Although at the time Amazon was not making cosmetics, they argued that since they offer third-party cosmetics, it would be confusing to customers. This means that Eric simply having comic books with a character who has a cross on his dick could be enough to argue that confusing to consumers. Amazon won the case, as in Amazon, you know which one won. Apple versus Apple Core Limited. In this case, Apple, the computer company, went after a record label. Two completely different businesses. And guess which one won? The computer one.
And Bob, you said, or maybe Dane, you said that record label was the Beatles record label, right?
Yeah, it's not a small record label at all. It couldn't beat Apple. Hey, you guys want to check out some ISOM merch?
Look at that.
So let's look at some ISOM merch.
ISOM shirt you could have.
Yeah, fantastic.
I actually unironically kind of want to order that. Just fucking wear that on stream. Yeah, but I can't because I got, I'm like,
I don't know. That just seems. Oh, sorry. I'm stepping on Dane's joke. He can't because he can't afford it. As you'll hear why.
Yeah.
Barely afford. Did he send out those omnibuses yet?
You know what else isn't good for his case?
I don't think so. He can't afford that. He bought that cat tree for his little guy Gordy. So yeah. Everyone will have to wait on those omnibuses. Yeah, I don't know if he sent them out. The last I heard, everyone was still waiting on them. But it's still a nice thing that he's doing if he ever gets around to doing it.
Or less.
It would be nice. He's waiting for that Patreon money to come through. But all right, one last little bit with them, and then we're out of the catching up with our friends of the channel here.
Apparently, if we're looking over here, this is Baron Gilfan. He did an official post on X. I think it was brought up earlier. but he's talked about how he has reached out to Eric. According to him, he reached out to Eric to do some sort of a deal to not serve this lawsuit. And instead, Eric is making videos, which is why he did this tweet in response. In the past few days, there's been a lot swirling in cyberspace about our Good Shepherd filed but not served lawsuit against Eric July and his Rippaverse. Several important things have not been included in those postings. Most importantly, our ministry sincerely wishes that Mr. July has selected some other name for his main character instead of our trademark ISOM. We are not sure why he selected ISOM.
Well, wouldn't any company like wish that somebody chose a different name than theirs? Like, I don't know. That just seems strange. But yeah. So I probably should have set this up a little bit better. But this is from the I can't remember his exact title, but yeah, he's representing the ISOM ministry.
It's like one of the lead pastors at the church.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, so he's kind of explaining the situation going on here.
If he had selected our name, this situation would not have occurred. Perhaps as importantly, what also has not been included in those postings was a letter that we sent alongside the lawsuit. In that letter, we said we have no desire to serve the lawsuit and begin litigating, but that we instead are asking them enter into expedited negotiations with our Good Shepherd to try to resolve these issues in a discreet and amicable way that respects the objectives and needs of all parties. Despite our request and invitation to discreetly negotiate, what has transpired in the past few days has been anything but discreet. Being mainly, this came out a day after the video Eric did.
Also want to point out that it's wild to me that they tried to privately take care of this.
Yeah,
and because they were getting crickets, they had to make a statement on social media.
Mm-hmm. And I think
wild.
I mean, I also think part of the issue is that like Eric's been yelling at Dick and Vito, and like these guys are like, what are you doing? We're the ones with the suit. Talk to us, dude. What are you doing?
I think all of us understand why, right? Like it's
Do you think that's the case at all? That the ministry was just like, why aren't you talking about us? Why are you talking about Dick and Vito? To me, that just sounds like the dumbest interpretation of this I've ever heard. Perhaps they did try to reach out to Eric July. I don't know how you'd like get in contact with him. I don't know if there's like infinite kind of spam folders set up. There is definitely a possibility that their direct communications didn't get in contact with him, and so that's why they filed. But from everything that it looks like they filed and then tried to get in contact with him, which fair enough. I suppose they can do that. It just seems like it would have been more amicable to ask for some sort of I don't know, whatever you would want to call it, to make your asks before you actually file. But people don't have to do it that way. It looks like they did file.
They filed,
but he hasn't responded to them since then.
So I'll give you an idea. I think it's from what I gathered, and I think Tony trying to this, at least his theory is they filed it out of concern, right? Because they have a legal right.
Because they got that letter.
They have a legal right because a trademark attorney, assume it's a trademark attorney.
Mm-hmm.
They go, my job is to protect you guys. And then there's this other ISOM that could cause it. Do you want me to pursue this? So
that's how I understand it as well.
Because that's just what Workita said that basically. It's like, it doesn't mean they have 100% case. So they just filed it, but they hadn't served it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of where we're at too. It will take some time to go through all of the actual process, but they can settle this outside while that's going on. Who knows what the contact is going on, and who knows, if the lawyers are actually talking, and perhaps they just haven't passed that on to the client yet. Also, this is like a week ago, so I don't know. It seemed like it was within a day of hearing about the suit. I think Eric July made that video, and then it seems like this is within a day.
There were like
of
two
that,
videos, because remember
response.
One addressed it,
yes,
and then one was like totally different terms.
Well, yeah, it was just saying we're not going to talk about the actual suit,
guys, thank you for your concern. We will I will be dealing with this in private. And some people are like,
yeah,
oh, whatever. It's like he's getting marching orders from his attorney. No, that's just Eric having to literally walk back language not to be vitriolic, and he's trying to tell his fans not to say dumb crap.
I don't know that it's necessarily a walk back, but he is saying like, yeah, we're not going to be addressing this going forward. I don't know that's necessarily walk back. Like, it's not saying like I shouldn't have said that. That was a mistake.
Well, okay,
instead
walk back's not the term, but you know what I'm saying.
But I know what you're saying. Like, it's definitely a different approach. It's not as I don't know, vitriolic or like angry response. It was more it seemed calculated and okay, my lawyers are handling this suit, so this is another deal over here. I do agree, but also if you remember, he also had ISOM 2 kind of closing at the time, so he also didn't want to take away from the closing of the campaign on that. So I think that was also to kind of shift into that gear as well. Well, we're almost done with this ISOM post, and then we will have a lawyer kind of give his take on the whole trademark case. And of course, I screwed up where that was at. Great.
Days there's been a lot swirling in cyberspace about our Good Shepherd filed but not served lawsuit against Eric July and his Rippaverse. Several important things have not been included in those postings. Most importantly, our ministry sincerely wishes that Mr. July has selected some other name for his main character instead of our trademark ISOM. We are not sure why he selected ISOM, but if he had selected another name, this situation would not have occurred. Perhaps as importantly, what also has not been included in those postings was a letter that we sent alongside the lawsuit. In that letter, we said we have no desire to serve the lawsuit and begin litigating, but that we instead are asking them enter into expedited negotiations with our Good Shepherd to try to resolve these issues in a discreet and amicable way that respects the objectives and needs of all parties. Despite our request and invitation to discreetly negotiate, what has transpired in the past few days has been anything but discreet. Being mainly, this came out a day after the video Eric did.
Also want to point out that
it wasn't super discreet. He did make this video. It went pretty viral on him. They tried to
privately take care of this.
Yeah,
and because they were getting crickets, they had to make a statement on social media.
Can we?
And I think
I don't know. They necessarily have to.
Yeah,
sorry for repeating
that. Yelling
point.
at Dick and Vito, and like these guys are like,
we can talk.
What are you doing?
But you know, in reality, they if I was to reach out to somebody,
and I think all of us understand
I would
why,
find
right?
it
Like
email.
It seems absurd, but like the fact is, Eric July is so fucking thin-skinned and fragile that he's more focused on his pride being hurt by Dick and Vito than he is the actual threat to his fucking business. You know what I mean? It's beyond fucking absurd. And honestly, like, is you know, I guess thankfully he employs a lot of shitty people, so I don't have to feel bad about that, really. But like, you know, it's going to affect
this lawsuit.
Okay, so that was the magical, great legal interpretation from the Fandom Initiative. But let's hear Uncivil Law, who is an actual copyright attorney, and Rakita Law. I can't remember Rakita's exact expertise if it is copyright, but he definitely knows copyright. And you can kind of tell that when they're talking about this, but I wanted to end this on a little bit of a positive note. So the real suit, the only suit that has actually been filed, even if it's not being pursued at this particular moment, here's where that kind of stands.
You've seen their evidence and their arguments. Walk us through it. Help me out here.
Again, sorry. So they go through the entire case, the entire filing. So they literally go through every single point on there. Please feel free to bring up Rakita's stream and do look at that. But here's the summary after they've looked at all of the evidence.
Personal jurisdiction is the first thing. It seems a little weak that they have jurisdiction here, because I don't know what activities are sufficient to create the sufficient minimum contacts in California. So I'd definitely be fighting this on jurisdiction. And then the other thing is, like, there's just no confusion between these two things.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
completely different marks. Two completely different marks. These are
right.
Two completely different things. You're a ministry. We're offering a comic book. These are two different stylizations. You don't own the rights to the cross. You understand, right? I mock them about that for a while.
Not even if it's above his dick.
But yeah. So.
Yeah, so
it's a weak case. It's weak, and I wonder why they filed it, and if they tried to reach any sort of accord before filing this. Did they just go straight to filing, and if so, why?
Maybe. And some people like that's the way they do things. It might depend on their counsel. I don't know if they have a history of defending this mark. So one of the things I want to clear up for people is there's a likelihood of causing confusion, and then there's what you said, which is the more precise analysis, which is the reasonably prudent person likelihood of confusion. And so
yeah, I wish they would have broken that down a little bit more. So I do understand the difference between the two, but like, does one of them take precedent over the other? I do wish they kind of went into that just a little bit more, but he is right. How likely would somebody be to confuse that?
I mean, would a layman...
You can say stuff.
Here's the thing. Would a layman... Okay, I often find myself asking people, like if I know them, have you ever... My friend does this to me too. Have you ever heard of this ex-YouTuber or this ex-streamer or podcaster?
Possibly.
It's weird, right? Like, I just kind of say,
sure.
like, well, sometimes people don't know. I'll tell you, as a person who looked up stuff, ISOM Ministries, prior to this lawsuit, was nowhere near the top page.
Yeah. I know they were like towards the bottom of the first page of search when I finally did this. I think that was last Saturday.
It was buried above
skyrocketed
below,
up since then.
ISOM, veterinary, ISOM manufacturing.
Mm-hmm. And I can't remember what the government program was, but there was one of those as well that was above it when I looked last Saturday. It's definitely changed, but now it's either one or two. This definitely is a publicity thing for it. I had never heard of ISOM Ministries before this, but now
they're getting up there.
It's definitely getting some. I don't know if I'd call it free publicity since they're probably paying for the lawyer, but they're getting some publicity out of this. Some good mileage.
Okay, bare minimum. Maybe they paid for the filing fee, and then they paid the lawyer to draw.
I mean, somebody had to write that. Yeah. They at least paid hourly for the drawing it up. But let's let Rakita finish up here, and I think it'll be ending on a positive note.
Like I can easily say, well, the cross on the belt, someone might look at that and go, oh, this is a religious thing. I know there's that religious
we don't lowest common denominator of this. There's always going to be a moron. It has to be the reasonably prudent consumer, the normal consumer in ordinary trade would they be confused.
Right. So this is effectively a nothing lawsuit. I think. I don't think Eric's in any real danger of infringement. But what Eric is in danger of, and this is just the annoying thing about this, is the punishment of the process itself. This is a waste of time, a waste of money caused by someone who's trolling this ministry. And what he was probably doing, again, if I had to guess, my speculation is, I know everyone wants this to be a nefarious thing because internet drama is what most people want injected into their anuses every single day. But
well, I don't know about that.
I've listened to the Dick Show for a long time. And the biggest problem before the split with him and Maddox, and a big feature of the show, is emails, voicemails, and stuff that is fan-created things that they send in. I don't know if this guy's actually trying to cause a lawsuit, but if he sends an email to this thing and sends it onto the show, they're going to read it. And it's got memes in there. Like they're referring to specific criticism that Dick used in his review of the product. The cross thing is one of those things that people are like, that's straight from Dick's, analysis or whatever. Yeah. The $17.50 charity thing, mentioning Glenn Beck in the Blaze. Like the idea is to create a thing for an audience in the know to laugh at, and now it's gone too far. And I think that that's a really shitty thing to do. This is the same shit I've criticized Vito for, which is also I'm not willing to let him off the hook. I've never seen Dick do anything like this, and I know people are like, Dick hates Eric July so much. Like, okay, like if that's what you need to get there, maybe, and maybe you're right. I don't know, but personally, until I see something substantially connecting anyone to this guy, I'm not holding anyone other than this guy responsible until I see actual evidence of that.
But then again, if you remember what else he was saying, even then, even if you did have this guy, there still needs to be some actual like charge, and there isn't currently. Like just inciting a lawsuit doesn't necessarily justify a crime or anything like that.
Like how do
So
you
it
prove?
seems like it's a very uphill battle.
It's very
Eric has if he
uphill.
wants to pursue them.
Beyond that,
However, if he's just looking to troll the hell out of them, I think mission accomplished. Like this is all they've been able to talk about, all anyone's really talking about in reference to them for like the last week. It definitely took a lot of the I don't know, focus off of this whole trademark thing and kind of put it onto the Dick and Vito thing. So I don't know. Maybe it's just like a sleight of hand kind of FU to them, but I don't know. Perhaps I'm wrong, and I'm giving them a little bit too much credit.
I think it's like, the thing about it is, right? Vito, right? Definitely. Like, Eric July really didn't lose. Sorry.
Not yet. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, I was trying to hear what they were saying.
Oh, sorry. A random scream. I think I had a cat trying to. Anyways, but back to what I was saying. But joys of owning animals when they do things, and someone yells across the house, "Don't do that." But that's how you tell when people have animals. But
yeah,
the idea, right, is before this, I'll say this: I don't think it. Vito and them could have been trying to play this up for drama for a long time. And it was an issue that came home to roost. And digging up old tweets and other stuff isn't a way to get back at Vito, because Eric, I think, is smart enough to know if you're going to follow Vickyverse or follow whoever, you're not going to probably like Eric. I mean,
yeah,
you're jaded towards.
It does seem to be somewhat of polarized little communities. There.
Oh, you're polarized.
Polarized communities there.
There's no matter what. It's kind of.
There doesn't seem to be a lot of overlap.
It's kind of like Tony had a screenshot of whatever comic book for kids in profit. No, I'm not. In fact, the higher the number goes, the more likely I am actively losing percentage. Even if we are, what is exactly your problem? This doesn't count as charity fraud. And this is what Tony is like saying of, here's a tweet from Eric saying if he made money off, it wouldn't be a big deal. No, I don't get that either. That's not a good example. So people,
and those might be the receipts that Eric July is talking about, like tweets calling this like charity fraud and stuff like that. It might be
Tony
stuff like that, but even
that
then,
one. So I don't see that as like, we're trying to look at this objectively, and we're by far not attorneys. I am nowhere near, because that's not my specialty.
I can kind of see which way the wind is blowing, and you know what the fallout kind of seems to be. Just with Eric strategically saying, like, I'm not going to talk about this one where there is actually a filing on, and it does seem to be legit. But he's really willing to go after Dick and Vito to the point where there are these tweets of Vito's that Eric July reposted to, you know, kind of show a lot of the rumors that are out there around Vito, to kind of reignite those fires and kind of spread that again. And then, you know, kind of go on with that. I don't think that he'd be so cavalier to do that against like the ISOM people. I have a feeling he's not really going to go after Dick and Vito here. I am making a prediction. Yeah, I could definitely be wrong. I think it's more just trolling them, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting to when I see the information, kind of the evidence all stacked up. But I don't know. Maybe there is more information that they're just not giving us.
It could also be
that's perfectly fine.
To me, it feels right the idea of you can claim a lot because, like, a lot of what we do is I pray people never hold us like. I mean, we try not to because this is an example. I would rather cover stuff other than Dane stuff because you have more fun doing this, right? Because this is actually more interesting. This opens up a broader topic.
Definitely wish we had like a legal professional on to kind of help us with some of it. But you're right. Like it is kind of
different change
interesting
because
going into this.
You could see how I say it. There's this parasocial aspect that these people have.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
And I'm not saying that Eric is right because we've said before, how many times have we had people come into our chats and say, you're just defending Eric July? No.
I respect what he's done. It's not necessarily for me, but I really like the fact that, you know, he was willing to start his own company, put his own money into it, hire his own people, really bank on himself. And he's not just doing it in kind of the, you know, pre-order this, maybe someday this will happen. Like he really went out and printed them. That seems different. It seems like he is building something where a lot of the indie guys that I kind of either have supported or would like to, it doesn't feel like they're building like an empire or whatever,
this
which
is a panel that I'm working on. Oh, hey, Bill, where do you guys got another? Oh no, I got another panel. Well, give it about 4 years, you might have another book. And I'm not poking fun at EBS, right? That's just.
No, and it's not just him. There's a bunch of them. Like I think Adam and Sitch's comic 2 has been delayed. Like I don't know, maybe 2 years at this point. There's a lot of that. Like it takes a lot. Like if I were to make a comic, God, I don't know how long it would take me. I'm sure it would be years. It would not be months or anything.
That's like
I don't know. It's just it seems interesting that this is where we got from. Just a little kind of feud back and forth. I don't like your comic to this.
And I will say
it seems like an odd journey.
Sorry, I will say Vito needs to strongly either shut the fuck up or have someone messaging. And I'm sure Tony, who's a friend of great many channels, who you think if I go between, and his audience kind of looks at him as entertainment outside of getting sued by Amico. And yeah, I was joking about him, Alberto Del Rio, you know, but that's an inside joke if you don't know that. But he like these people will never think Eric July is right. We may disagree with Dane, but we by no near centrist. Like I don't agree with those positions. And it's like with Eric, we have said before that he handled stuff wrong. Like the way he handled that stuff post the Bob debate, it was not good.
Well, it was funny, and I definitely laughed at it. It's ideally, I would like him to not do that. It definitely seems like he got triggered and took the bait. Yeah,
because neither of them handled themselves well. And I've watched other drama, and with Eric, I've watched him and Vito argue, and I'm just like, you're both grown men. Adults.
Supposedly. Adults, yeah.
And you're arguing like children in high school. They said this, they said that.
Kind of sad. But it is kind of entertaining. You know, it allowed us to make this content.
Does.
It's allowing a lot of other
creators
to make content.
And I hope this brings light to people because more will come out about this. Because no one really knows anything. It's like Riley's girlfriend was supposedly spreading the court documents around. I tried looking for it. Don't know. And it's either now.
I haven't been able to find out who originally saw that, but once somebody found out, they really did spread all around.
Then there's this thing because the only people who have the court documents are the ones who pay per page, even digitally.
Yeah, but as you can see, like that one screenshot, which is the one that the Geek Getaway supposedly sent to Vito was the one that he used, and I think that's the exact same one that Eric July was using in his video too. So it seems like a screenshot of them is getting all around.
So he basically supposedly he got the documents and sent that one particular. And the thing about it is that the problem here is, I expect anyone to hold this, and this is what you're seeing, when Dane and them are falling apart. A wider community sees what they do, and it's hurting both brands. Now, I will say publicly, Eric July is looking kind of awkward these days because it looks like, he was arguing nonstop with him because, and then Vito's people's just looking like, you're just arguing with Eric the whole way. And I'm going to be honest, unless you're just some weird thing, you want some slap fight, the average person eventually goes, guys, you've been fighting for 6 months. I open up my Twitter feed and it's 13 messages with you guys arguing back and forth. No, he doesn't do this.
Kind of where I was at, so I stopped kind of paying attention for a while, and then
you stop looking at your follows. You just go click down. But I hope this brings stuff, because this is what we have. It's not like what we were able to find without looking into the documents. It's just and I'm not gonna go Eric July bad, Vito bad. I just think Vito committed bad optics.
And I think his then explanation did not do him any favors, especially the convoluted, when I say we, I mean this community of detractors that I kind of am a part of. But I think there's a better way that he could have answered it, but I don't know. I still at the same time don't think that he is this gnome guy. It does seem like it is. I take him at his word that he did communicate with him through DMs, and he imprecisely spoke when he said "we." But I could totally understand if
at the same time,
you disagree
I don't
with
think
me
there's
and you
a
think that
secret
it's
Discord trying to go after Eric either. I just believe it's
that. There's rumors.
I mean, jokingly, but we Well, there is a secret Discord, but it's made up of fandom initiative people.
We can't tell you about it though.
No, but seriously, all the people like Loza, and I don't recommend this unless you just want eye cancer. Go look up Vickyverse, all of them. These people sit and argue like they wake up every day. I think Chloe, Seaholder or whatever her name was, she eventually went to Blue Sky. You don't see her as much, but it's I
think a bunch of them moved over.
Well, Blue Sky supposedly is, but jokes aside on that, it's all just Eric July tweets something and they go, well, we need to address this, and I'm just like, yeah, these people, they hang together, and Vito's like, we are we. Who's we? Do you guys talk to each other, or do you just say we as a detractor community?
I want to say that he was extremely imprecise, and then he kind of thought that was an out. But again, I might be mind reading a little bit. I might be being
you can
too
see why I
generous
say
on
that's
there.
bad.
I can totally understand if you come down on the other way. For sure. 100%.
I don't think he can be
not
tried in court for anything unless you have firm evidence. It just makes Vito look bad.
For sure.
And I will say, hopefully,
actually, it doesn't make anyone look good in this. I don't think Eric July comes off looking super great in this either. So I don't know. I guess we would cover this again if there is any major updates or anything like that. I'm assuming there's not going to be anything major anytime soon, but this has been really fun, Tiamat. Thank you for starting this, getting the ball rolling on this. Sorry it took me a few days of delaying before we were actually able to do this. I hope to come back next time with a much easier, much
these are heavy
lighter
topics.
stream, if you will.
For anyone who sees this, I would rather like we're gonna try to pull articles and go from articles, but I felt this would be a good discussion because this is not to clout off anybody, because I feel there was misinformation about stuff going on.
For sure. And on every side.
And someone, we're still going to be confused about this, but
yeah, but we hope we brought a little less confusion to you. At least you can kind of see where you can go to get less confused if we did not help you.
Because this,
but yeah, Tiamat, I think we're going to have to sign it off there.
Yeah,
it's
so
getting a little late for
next
me.
week. Figure out a time.
We'll
figure out the time.
Ooh, I don't know. That'll be the tease. Come back and we'll figure out a time that you should come back to. I don't know. That seems like a bad tease. But is there anything you want to advertise, Tiamat, other than the future when we will be back?
No, I'm pretty sure Andrew's going to have. I think he's committed to the Enchanto or whatever party tomorrow.
I think that was Vincent. Yeah, this one is the Return of Mr. Cat. I actually want to see that one, and I never have. So
and I'm sure there will be a Thinkers thing on it afterward.
I wish so. But everybody, thank you for taking the time to tune in. I know this is an awfully long stream going on about one subject, but thank you. I appreciate you tuning in, and yeah,
indeed,
we'll catch you next time.
Yes.
I should have had this closer to the actual end. There we go. Goodbye.